hire people that are a little bit older and more experienced, and so you can see the gray hair, and you'll see the other one that's even more gray. You know, the getting the right people in that job is very important, so that we're not sitting here having anybody thinking that we're trying to mistreat the public. That's the last thing we want to do. We want to make sure that we're here for the public and the safety of the public. And so when people come in and want to have that conversation with the hearing officer about their violation, we wanted somebody that we could trust was going to go do the right thing with the right mentality and the right mindset. And so in looking at that, we reached out to Chad and asked him to come aboard. I've known him for many, many years from the military and watched his career from the side at Bear County, doing a lot of great things for the community. So we and y'all very, very lucky to have somebody of his caliber come over and do what he's going to do for us. And he also brings a lot of other things to the table for us as far as teaching and different things of his expertise. So we're lucky to have him. Welcome aboard. Thanks, sir. Appreciate you taking that, and thank you, ladies, for sharing with us. Thank you. Right here, leave it out.
That's right. All right. All right. Agenda item number 2.2, Bandera Road Groundwater Plume Superfund Site Report. We have Mr. John Hoyt, Community Advisory Group Chairman, here to present. Good afternoon or good evening, Mr. You know, the daylight savings times confuse me. It seems like it's daylight still. But we're so glad you're here, John, and appreciate your leadership in that very, very important committee. So thank you.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me. The Bandera Road Groundwater Plume Superfund Site Community Advisory Group, or CAG, is a group that's commissioned by this body back in 2007, and we have about 15 members, probably 8 or so agency representatives that are interested in this issue, and then some Leon Valley citizens as well. So what is it? It's a federal Superfund site. That means that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency is in charge of this process. It is, the problem is volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, impacts the soils and groundwater, the Austin Chalk groundwater, and the Edwards Aquifer, our area's water supply. The sources of those VOCs, or volatile organic compounds, appears to be dry cleaner related compounds. There's at least 2 source areas. The contaminant of concern, COC, is a compound known as PCE, which stands as an acronym for perchloroethylene or tetrachloroethylene. Its daughter products, and in some areas we even find toluene, which is commonly a constituent of gasoline, which is probably some older problems. But at any rate, so where is it? A little map of the area, Grissom Road and Bandera Road. These 2 stars represent the source areas. Source area 1, which is Saving Square Shopping Center. Source area 2, which is in this immediate vicinity, contains the Pilgrim Cleaners, is in that source area across the street. The 3 large green dots are public supply wells. There's the City of Leon Valley and the San Antonio water systems. They do not appear to be impacted by this problem. So I'll briefly touch on these Superfund site, get that right button here, Superfund site process areas listed here, and some of the history, the site discovery evaluation, the listing, remedial investigation feasibility study, proposed plan, record of decision, remedial designs, where we kind of are right now. As you can see, it started in '04. This is a roadmap of the Superfund process, and we have made it, the right button, sorry. And we have made it down to here, remedial design area. We did the EPA completed their record of decision and responsiveness summary in 2013, and since that time they've been working through their administrative processes with the potentially responsible parties to see who could pay for what, and that type of thing to get us to this remedial design phase. So again, touching on the different areas, 2004 initial discovery at the Saving Square Shopping Center, which contains a former dry cleaners. There's a vape shop there now where that dry cleaner used to be. The process got moving along 2007 to 2011. That evaluation work, they discovered this area of interest, number 2, which is in this immediate vicinity. Some of the work that was done 04 to 07, well inventory work. They performed some risk abatement of some obvious risks. Work was done. They applied the hazard ranking system, which is a part of the Superfund process, to see all the information you can gather to see if it would rank high enough to be considered for the National Priorities Listing, NPL, which is what equals Superfund funding and process. So the remedial investigation feasibility study phase, 07 through 11, the remedial investigation and the feasibility study sort of go in parallel. Once they start getting enough information in the remedial investigation, they start formulating the feasibility study, which is what can be done about the problem. So the remedial investigation, data collection, defining the nature and the extent of the contamination, the horizontal and vertical extent, and start developing site conceptual models. So what happened and what can be done about through those different conceptual models. This is just a laundry list of the things that was done, or generally the things that were done in the remedial investigation work. I won't read that to you, but a lot of things were done. This is, some of the air quality sampling that was done in buildings, Saving Square area. They put these canisters with a vacuum on them and let them sit for many hours to collect, air samples to see if there's vapor impacts inside the buildings, which there were. That building there, where I was telling you where the vape shop's at, you'll see some of these vacuum devices. They have a piping that go under the slab, and they vent that to the atmosphere above the building through that little fan device right there. And as long as those are running, those vapors inside those buildings seem to be under control. If they don't run, the vapor concentrations start building up. They are running now. I checked them today. Well inventory work that was done. This is just a demonstration of how there's just numerous historic abandoned water wells in the area, and in Leon Valley especially, because the area was settled somewhat before there was a public water supply system here. So a lot of people had wells. So there were a lot of wells. If you or your constituents, anybody notices one of these old wells, please report it to city staff, and they'll know what to do with it, who to get in touch to take care of that. So the conceptual site model, you have these leaks near at or near the surface, probably around these dry cleaning facilities, because that's the compounds we're finding. It moves on down to shallow groundwater. It can move laterally over to some of these old abandoned wells, and since the potentiometric surface is lower in the Edwards than it is in that shallow groundwater, it'll drip off into the Edwards and off into the area's water supply. Like I said earlier, our city wells are kind of on the lateral extent of this problem, and they do not seem to be impacted, which is great for us. Also, there's a lot of structure. We're sort of on the southern edge of what's known as the Balcones Fault Zone, highly faulted area, and some of that geologic structure, so faults and solution features and whatnot, that shallow groundwater may leak off into the Edwards through some of that structure, although that hasn't been documented yet. So in their work, they identified 5 areas of interest. One, which we focus now on this one, and this one 1 and 2. Mm-hmm. The old airfield area down on Grissom Road was area of interest 3, and there were some other dry cleaning facilities up Hebner Road, or Bandera Road, Hebner and Reindeer Trail, I guess that would be. But turns out data really never suggested that those seem to be source areas that we have here and here. So they did, looked around the whole area. So area of interest 1 which is also sometimes known as the northern plume. But anyway, the risks are vapor intrusion into the buildings, impacted soils, and impacted Austin chalk groundwater. Area of interest two, it's impacted soils and Austin chalk groundwater. They don't seem to find problematic vapors inside these buildings. There was just off of this slide, there was a building, I think it might have been used as a doctor's office or something at one time, and it's now vacant. There were some vapors in that, but I don't think any of them were above health standards. So collected all that information, came down to the proposed plan. That's the preferred alternatives to what to do about the problem. That sort of leads into the proposed plan is put out there for public comment and leads into the record of decision that I'd mentioned earlier. The proposed plan listing probably is what will show up in the record of decision, but doesn't always have to be exactly that. But these next few slides show what the proposed plan came up with for alternatives for these different problems, and what's in bold is what they selected as the preferred actions. So for the indoor air, they're going to do some membrane sealants and vapor ventilation. They have that going now on sort of a smaller scale, but they'll increase on that. For the soils, it's going to be, they had initially talked about excavation and offsite disposal of some of these soils. That's been changed. Some new risk calculations, they deleted that. So it's going to be soil vapor extraction for the soils and surface and near surface soils. For the VADOS zone, which is that, from the groundwater table up to the surface soils, the VADOS zone, that's also soil vapor extraction. It'll just be different depths of extraction. The Austin chalk groundwater is in situ bioremediation. They have a couple of wells around that they have done pilot studies in, and it seemed to be pretty promising for, they add nutrients and create a colony of bacteria that will actually destroy those contaminants of concern. So that seems to be promising for cleaning up Austin chalk groundwater. As I said, the next step is a record of decision that came out in 2013. That document sort of presents I would say the final plan, because it is changeable if new information comes out, but it's basically where they get to a point and they said, okay, this is what the problem is, this is what we're going to do about it. That came out in, like I said, 2013. It selected the remedies that were in the proposed plan to accept the excavation of soils, as I'd mentioned earlier. So it's going to be soil vapor extraction and membrane sealants and sub-slab vapor extraction. Is what they're planning to do at this point. When they end up with this, like I said, the record of decision came out in 2013. They went through administrative processes for a little over 4 years, and now we're at, had a CAG meeting last month. It was actually the 27th, not the 28th. And EPA, was finally able to come out and say, okay, we kind of got things rolling again. We're going to start moving with the remedial design. And they had started that as funds were available probably a year or so ago, but they now have got some funding and they're able to move forward. So at the meeting that we had on the 27th, they gave a nice review of the site history. They provided us an update on their water quality and vapor sampling. The things really hadn't changed. It certainly hadn't changed as far as any impacts to the city wells, so they seem to be clean. See what else they talked about. What they're going to be doing next is, and you'll probably see some construction in the next few months. They'll be installing more wells around the source area too, here near City Hall and up at Savings Square, installing a series of wells for soil vapor extraction systems, and do pilot testing on that. So you'll probably see some drilling rigs and air compressors and things around for that. So maybe some construction of equipment compounds. They're going to start plugging some historic wells. They're going to, I think, initially focus on some old wells there on Saving Square. There used to be some houses there before that was all bulldozed off and developed into Saving Squares, and a couple of old wells we know of there that they'll probably start focusing on. They're luckily the my bullet point up there about the Saving Square settlement agreement. They got about 1.6 million through that settlement agreement, and they're lucky in that this Superfund site now has some funding. There are many Superfund sites that are out there and ready to go, but they have no funding. So through this settlement agreement, 1.6 million can now get started on this remedial design work. So, you know, I'm glad about that. I was afraid that funding was going to dry up and we'd come to a standstill, but luckily we seem to be now moving again. As far as if you want to know more about the thing, the record of more of the process and the history of the project, the record of decision summary is a very nice document. It's on the city website as well as other places. But I think it's under Quick Links. That's where it's at. Under Quick Links, then you go to Public Meetings and CAG. You'll find that record of decision summary. The EPA website has a lot of administrative record on this. We have a new project manager. His name is Stephen Zone, and there's his email address. But if your constituents require more information, you can have your staff contact me. I'll be glad to meet with whomever, tell you what I know, and direct you to probably whatever information is available on the process. And that, Mayor and Council, is my status report. Thank you very much for your
Thank you, John. Just let me see if we have any questions, but thank you for your leadership on the CAG all these years, and the members who have, and it's not just in Leon Valley, we have a broad section of people from Northside and Saws that are also on this board, so it's very diverse and experts in the water field contamination.
Yeah, this recent meeting, I was pleased that we
had a good turnout.
For so long, I was pleased that a lot of people
Exactly.
attend.
But you know, I know we have some money now, 1.6 million. But as I was looking through your presentation, I mean, the cost is much greater than that.
Yeah.
And so, has EPA? Do they have a game plan of what they're going to start with first, based on the money that we have?
Yeah. I think they think that they can get these soil vapor extraction systems in and going with what they have and address some of those abandoned wells. Mm-hmm. Now, looking out as far as operation and maintenance of those systems, they probably don't have funding for that right now. Mm-hmm. And I've asked the TCEQ if they can, if EPA's funding dries up, can they step in and take this over? They really didn't want to answer that question, but just me thinking is that they probably, that's maybe where it ends up. Yeah.
And I know when we first started this process a long time ago, EPA was testing our water every quarter for 4 or 5 years, and I know they don't do that. But how often do we test our water? We never did get any contamination. And would you also say what the acceptable level is? Is it?
Yeah, for those compounds, I think PCE and those daughter products, the maximum contamination level, MCL, is 5 micrograms per liter. Mm-hmm. And their analytical limit is about 1 microgram per liter, which is way below the standard. And at that detection level, they don't detect it.
Right. Yeah. Right. So do we still?
There have been some research grade samples that could go much lower than that, and have detected, these minute traces, which is background levels for Bexar County. Mm-hmm. So,
but at the beginning, those numbers were off the charts in those areas. They were
wells,
way high.
There are wells in the project area that are off the charts, especially at Saving Square.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So do you know how often we check our water?
Yeah, I'm sorry. About once per year.
Once per year.
I think they were doing quarterly for quite a while, and it was just always getting the same results. So they said, well, let's back off. And they,
okay.
The last one I know of is 2017.
Okay.
And it was non-detect.
All right. And then just one last question. The efforts to try to find any money from the second source, which is our neighbor to the...
EPA has said, I've asked that question. Okay. The staff, of course, a lot of that negotiation with responsible parties is handled by the Justice Department.
Okay.
And so EPA project staff don't seem to know much about that, and I have never heard of them getting money from the second source
Okay.
yet.
Okay, very
Um,
good. Okay, I think that's, because, do you have a total remediation cost? I guess we just have to add up all of the 4.7 million. I think you had it in
I've
parentheses,
seen
so
it
I can,
initially
I
of
can look
around
at that.
9 million.
9 million,
Some of the
okay.
earlier estimates.
And we have 1.8, so we
Yeah.
do have a gap. Okay,
All right.
that's important to know. Thank you so much, John. We do have a question from who? Counselor
I had,
Alcacer? Thank you.
Couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
The
Yes, ma'am.
first is, since Pilgrim is still active, is that still a problem from there?
Pilgrim cleaners, I've seen documents back into the 90s where they were doing investigations around pilgrims and found problems. So it's been there for a long time and it's still there. And all I can say is EPA is going ahead and addressing it through installing the soil vapor extraction system. And whether they're going to get any money out of Pilgrim or not, I don't know. But I think the direct answer to your question is yes, it is still a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the dry cleaners are allowed to continue emitting it even?
So, they still use that compound. I think they've, really improved their capture and recycling processes. The problems that are there, I would assume, probably date back to when they weren't so careful with handling that material, and probably not current. But of course, I wouldn't know that for sure. I know that they have these machines, these dry cleaning machines. They recycle the PCE, and most of them still use PCE. There are some that don't. They recycle that into these recycling tanks for a certain number of cycles, and then a waste disposal company comes and picks it up and I guess brings them new solvent. But, I couldn't say that they never spill a drop anymore, but
Right.
they're probably way more careful and diligent about it than they were, many decades ago. So.
And it's cancer causing.
Yeah, it is a carcinogen under, high concentrations.
It's kind of sad that doctor who spent the most time in that building ended up with cancer, which is why she stopped practicing.
Could be, yeah. Don't
But
know.
all of the dry cleaners in the San Antonio area are all producing this also?
I would say, I don't know the exact numbers, but most do still use that compound, tetrachloroethylene. When you go into a dry cleaners and they all have a standard smell. That's what that is that material. Now there's a lot of them are going, or some have gone over to more friendly like citrus-based solvents and things like that, but certainly not all of them.
Pretty amazing.
I know of one cleaners, and I've actually switched ever since I've educated myself on PCE, and that's clothesline cleaners. I hate to, but they don't use PCE.
Oh, good.
Just want to let you all know that. So, yeah.
It's a very common problem throughout the nation.
It is.
Dry cleaning solvent
It is.
contamination.
Yep. Okay. Anyone else have question, comment? All right. And thanks also to Dave Demline, our staff liaison. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Counselor Ely, thank you.
I just noticed you didn't mention the vet next door.
Mm-hmm.
And I know he's told me that he's had that problem from the get-go.
Yeah.
So does that mean that he's resolved it, or he's still using a vapor?
No, there are vapors in that vet building also that they have been detected. And I haven't, other than their general don't recall seeing a specific plan for the vet clinic building, but yes, they are monitoring the air in that vet clinic building.
Okay.
And it's in that Saving Square right across the alley from him is where most of those.
And so they're using the same substructure for the school area, for the Northside Independent Museum area?
Yeah, I'd have to get back to you on. I don't know of vapor monitoring within the school across Bandera Roads.
Because you said that was source 2.
Source 2 is here.
Is Pilgrims.
It's the Pilgrim Cleaners,
right.
yeah. So in the school, I think is sort of outside of the footprint of those plumes.
Okay.
And I wouldn't be surprised if there's been some vapor monitoring in that school property. I don't recall seeing it. I'd have to look.
again, when I did some of that research, it was the plume from the cleaners was going across Bandera into the school area, into that back area.
Yeah.
So that's why I was wondering how much was going back, as far as not just the research, as you were just telling us, I found out, but the actual remediation for that area.
Oh, yeah.
Especially since there's so many people involved.
Yeah, the soil vapor extraction systems that they plan to put at Saving Square, I believe, is just in the Saving Square property and not outside of that Saving Square property. I mean, that should, theoretically will pull vapors from, in the immediate vicinity into that system. But, and I mean, they've probably done sampling on the school property, vapor sampling, but apparently they didn't find anything that was anything noteworthy over there. But again, I just would have to get with EPA and have them look through their data and tell us what they have found over there.
So for the moment, they're going to do the extraction on this side, but not on the Saving Square side.
They're doing both.
They're doing both.
They have quite a few wells already installed in Saving Square from some of their earlier work, and they're going to install more, I know. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, we thank you again for your leadership in this very important area. Thank you for your communication. All right. We move then to agenda item number 2.3, monthly financial report, February 2018, from Vicki Wallace, our Chief Financial Officer. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and
Yes.
Council. This is the financial report for the month of February. And this is a new clicker. Okay. So basically, ad valorem taxes is coming in very, very well. If you actually look at what's marked, we've already exceeded what we had budgeted. So I am not concerned whatsoever with that. Right now, we're at 95. Last year at the same time, we're at 92.5. So but if you look at ad valorem taxes, what is included in there is our delinquent and our current tax collection. So if I just was to extract only what current year collections are, right now we've exceeded it. So we're good. So we're really good on that. Sales tax, if you remember last month it was 4, it's down to 1.15, but I'm not concerned because we're still above what we had budgeted. We're still above what we projected would come in. So it's still looking good. Our franchise fees, again, the one thing that's really going to skew that until we get to the end of the fiscal year is what we did with CPS and how we did an accrual back to the previous fiscal year for a portion of what they actually paid us in the month of November. So that's still going to skew. The other thing that we're having a problem, and I'm noticing is happening, is the telecommunications and cable. That's down. And when I called, especially the cable company, it was AT&T, that they were down. Our Spectrum, they weren't that much down, but AT&T was down drastically. They sent me all the reports, but they say it's all cable cutting. That's what it is, cord cutting.
Oh, people are shutting off their cable? Mm.
But I said then, but Spectrum is not having that problem because I'm still seeing the same, I'm tracking the same amount of revenue for the quarters with them. AT&T is the only one that's down. So we're going to have to monitor and watch that and see what happens and how that goes. As far as license permit fees and fines, the one thing that's really changing that up is what we've got for impound lot, which
Right,
was,
I was asking.
yeah, 61,770. That's through February what we collected. EMS is up 8%, so that's good. Miscellaneous revenue, the one thing that's going to kind of throw that off also is that if you remember last year we collected a total of $100,000 for the traffic light at Hebner where DPS is. So 50,000 of it is reflected in last year. So that's why you see that discrepancy between the 172 and the 139. That's the only difference with that.
And where will the red light camera proceeds go?
They'll go in the general fund and they will be tracked separately, right.
But is it going to be licenses, fees, and fines
Yes,
there?
yes.
Okay.
So if you would like, when that starts coming in and we're going to do our first training on it on the financial side tomorrow.
Okay.
And so we should get our first deposit from then. Now that they've had walk-in money, people have just walked in here and paid, but she's going to give us a deposit, and it's about $6,000, $6,700, somewhere in that area. But we're going to get our first ACH from them for people that paid to them. And she says it's going to be about $750.
Okay.
And that should hit the
And-
bank tomorrow.
Okay, and what did we, okay, would you remind us of what we
did not for
budgeted?
revenue for budget for the red light cameras. We budgeted nothing for
Nothing,
revenue.
okay,
We budgeted expenditures,
right,
but there was nothing budgeted for revenue.
okay.
But,
And-
go ahead.
Okay, and what about sales tax? What did we end
For
up
sales
for the
tax,
year?
we had-
What was our percentage that we wanted to,
We didn't. We actually took what it was last year.
okay,
So, but we're up. So we had budgeted 2,334,432 just for the general fund portion of it. Because if you look at that sales tax, the things that are combined in there is what the general fund gets that we use for general operations, liquor tax, which we budgeted at 38,000, and then the ED, which is, it's a separate line item, but it's still condensed into that sales tax, and that was 291.
okay. So you've got
They're
three
all up.
components,
So
yeah,
we're
in
gonna
the
hit-
sales tax, okay.
Unless something, I mean, it could, but March, I'm jumping ahead to March, we're already at, we went back up to 2, so
Okay.
2.4, I think it is.
Okay, very good.
So as far as expenditures, they're all tracking. There's nothing there that we should be concerned about. If you go to the water and the sewer, you know, we're at 37.8, and last year we were at 38.9. We have had more rain this
know.
year, so that's always going to influence how that revenue is. So we don't know how the summer's going to play out. I'm never too concerned about how it is in the fall, the winter and fall. It's the summer. That's where the revenue really starts. That's where we're going to see what's going to happen. And again, if you see what's happening to the miscellaneous from the, the difference there, that's the reimbursement from CDBG that we got reimbursed.
Okay,
So that's
all
what
right,
that
I
is.
was going to ask you about that one.
Yeah.
Okay,
And so the revenue and the expenditures are tracking. There's nothing there. When you see the 103,863,
Yeah, what
that's
is
the
that?
transfer that we do to debt service to pay for the debt for the 2016 revenue bonds that we actually issued to the COs for the water well project.
okay, the
And so
2 million for the water.
Yeah, we show it there, and then we
Okay.
do a transfer over to the debt service fund.
Okay,
And so
Very
that's
good.
why it shows 100%, because right after the first of the year, we go ahead and transfer that money over to the debt service to pay for that debt, which we pay in February and in August.
Okay.
Payments are due.
very good.
Community Center Fund, now it looks much better because we did get the payment for the hotel.
Okay, still it's down.
No, actually, it's up. We're at 17.7.
Well,
and we're-
22.1, but,
Yeah, so I'm feeling a lot
so
better.
you think
about-
we're going to reach our 80,000 this year? budget?
You know,
Because that's what I'm saying we're down from.
like about $1,600, they're up for the quarter.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay,
And Stay Express is up, not a whole lot, but like maybe $222 they're up.
okay.
So I was surprised when we did get the money. When you see the miscellaneous revenue, that's the penalty that we charge for
Oh, okay.
time. So that's a new line
Okay.
item that you're going to see that you didn't see before because we never had that problem before. As far as expenditures, they're tracking like they should. No issues there.
Well, our rentals seem to be
Rentals are still
down.
down.
Do
Yeah.
we have a marketing program that we're implementing to
Yes.
make people, and I was wondering if the Evers Road Bridge construction's impacting people's ability to rent because they don't want to
You know,
deal
Mayor,
with construction.
my only thing that I have to say to that is if you look at the community center, they're at 14,390 for 18. At 17, they're at 14,089. So, no,
Okay,
because to me, they would both be impacted because they're both in the same location. They're both affected by it.
okay.
So, yes, but Maribel is doing some.
Outreach.
She's
Yeah.
going to start changing how she actually does her advertising.
Okay, thank you.
And then the Economic Development Fund, which all of this is really in the general fund, but you just wanted to see it pulled out and reported to you separately. As you can see, we're at 74,370 for our sales tax revenue, and our expenditures were only at 36,573, which is mostly salary.
Okay, and that 74,370 reflects how many months of,
It's only December. We don't start,
Right.
actually, we
Till
accrue
December.
October, November back,
uh-huh,
and so it's December when it starts. So it's December, January, and February, only
in
3
February,
months.
just 3 months,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
So it's tracking to be what we said or more.
Okay, and the 36,573, that represents how many projects have we paid out since? Do
Only
we,
one,
do we
like,
start from December?
no.
Or do we start from
October 1?
October
Right.
1?
So
Okay,
for
so
October
the
1
income is different from the expenditure?
Yes,
Okay,
yes. And it'll catch up because when we get to
Okay.
year end, we accrue that back.
Okay.
The sales tax that comes in October, November, we always accrue that back.
Yeah, I thought that we had like the signage. Didn't we have a signage? And then we had, is the money that we allocated for the businesses to move to another location, is that in this year's, or was it in last year's?
It was actually in
Yeah.
last year's, we've paid out like $3,900 to Slack Monster, I guess for a better word,
Slack Monster?
which is the recording studio, yeah,
Oh, okay.
correct.
Okay,
That was
yeah, I
last year.
can't. Okay. So this,
It was last year's too, yeah.
okay. Okay. So you can get us an itemization of that 36,573? Does that include like personnel and
Okay,
stuff like that
So
too?
basically, what that is.
Oh, that's not
is
just
personnel-
projects. See, I'm thinking
yeah.
it's just projects, but it's
No,
not.
it is not.
Yeah, I
Personnel,
gotcha.
we have spent, as of February, 15154,
Mm-hmm.
and we have spent for supplies $500.
Okay.
And then for contractual, we pay 20, but part of that is a rebate that we did that we still owed to someone we had a 380 agreement with.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Any other questions from the counselors on the economic development slide or any of the other monthly? All right. Thank you so much, Vicki, for your presentation. We'll see you next month. Do appreciate that. All right. Then moving then to agenda item number 2.4, presentation and discussion on fiscal year 2018 operations of the police impound lot. We have Chief Joe Savaggio here this evening to present. Welcome back, Chief, and
Thank you,
good
ma'am.
evening.
Mayor, Council?
Yes.
Click. What? Okay, this is going to be pretty quick. Shouldn't take long to explain where we're at, but do want to give you some background, talk about the authority of why we can impound vehicles. What we projected up front, we really didn't have a good idea of what to expect and how we did it originally, because we really had nothing to go on from data. And then the impact so far this fiscal year, starting in October. So as a history, the council approved the impound lot back in May of 2017. This was after we discussed it at the Citizens Police Advisory Committee and brought the thing to council to get approved. It began operating around June 1st. It was a quick operating. They towed a vehicle and it ended up in my lot and said, okay, we're opening it. We didn't have a lot of time to get it going, but we did. So this update is not for the entire time period it's been open. It's only for October 1, 2017 through the end of February of 2018. So if you remember, originally the lot looked like where you can see the vehicles below the red line. That was what we already had some vehicles in there that had been seized through drug seizures 10, 12 years ago and had been sitting there for quite some time. We ended up getting rid of those, but we also, knowing what to expect with impound lots and how large they need to be, we made a proposal to expand it out using not city money, but using the forfeiture funds. So it didn't cost the city to actually include the yellow line, increasing it and making it much bigger. So it increased by probably 2/3 of the capability back in June of last year, or May, June of last year. This is the fence, the new fence that came up that was put up. I can't remember, it was right around $8,000, $10,000. I think we'd budgeted for 15, but those were the first vehicles that were brought in, and that's how it looked, but never looked like that again because it's been pretty full since then. This is who gets their vehicles impounded: prisoners that have been involved in a crime. They don't have insurance on state roads. We are obligated to tow the vehicles. Handicap fire lane, no parking violations, obstructing firefighting equipment if it's in front of in a fire zone or in front of a what do you call the dang things?
Hydrant.
Hydrant. Thank you, ma'am. Or constituting a public nuisance, and that's one of those that we've been in here and talked about when we changed the ordinances. It can be anywhere from 30 to 60 days before we would tow the vehicle, and the vehicle would be brought in here. And then we would start the process with trying to hopefully get the vehicles back to them, but some of them have come for them, some of them haven't. We projected about 389 vehicles. Again, we had no data to go off of, and the current towing company could not break it down for us into prisoners' vehicles versus those that were accidents and so forth. So we kind of had to look at the previous month, keep track, and then wag from there. Impound lot fee, we looked at 300, those 389 was what we projected. $200, which is the initial day's fee. Most of the vehicles come out after the first day or two, but $200 being the fee would have been $77,800. The wrecker fee, which we do collect for our contract wrecker, which is $95 or up, depending on the type of vehicles. $95 is the norm. The vast majority of them are $95. And so we projected out of those 389, and we would collect for the contractor. And then a daily fee was, if they're there after the first day, it's $20 per day after that. And so we projected $4,000 for that. And vehicles auction, we went and discussed with a couple of different agencies that are close by. They were running about 17% of the vehicles that they brought into the lot were getting auctioned. If you look at 17% of the 389, it would be 67 vehicles. So we added all that stuff up. The 67 vehicles times, we just wag at the time, it was $1,000 per vehicle. It's not that much anymore because the price of steel has gone down. But at that time when we started this, they were getting, at least even for junked vehicles, about $1,000 per vehicle. So if you look at the top number, the 185,000 is if you add all that stuff up, that's what it would be, and that was our initial projection. Startup costs, we looked at the fence, the storage building, cameras, the electrical, miscellaneous, but again, all that stuff didn't come out of the city's budget. It came out of asset seizure money, and all those things have been completed up thus far. So here's the reality. Since we began, we've towed well over so far. It's right around 400 vehicles so far in the first 5 months already. So we're way above that. And if you remember going back, 185 was for the year. We're already at $130,000 collected up till now. Our towing fees are $29,000. Personnel costs, because we did have to go to a full-time, and I'll tell you in the future we're going to have to add some additional staff to that. It's already becoming big, and when we put the traffic control officers out at the end of the month, I think it's going to become unmanageable. We had to purchase a vehicle, the office furniture and those things that were not out of, most of that was not out of the city's funds. And then our auction fees, we've had 2 auctions. The first auction, the guy came out and did it with his whole staff. We came to an agreement that we would handle all the money as long as he did the auctioning, so he cut the rate really, really low. Ward auction here, which is local. We're happy that we're dealing with a local person, and he gave us a great deal. For most cities, would have to end up paying 10 to 20% of what you sell. He's just charging us a $400 flat rate fee for the auction, and so we're saving thousands of dollars by utilizing him. And this last auction, we even were better off because Balcones went in with us. He charged, because of the additional vehicles, $500. We split it, $250 a piece. So my fees, even though we had an estimate, we thought we were going to have to do it probably quarterly. Reality is we're probably going to have to do it every other month, and as things pick up, it might even go to monthly. So that'll go up, but so will our money that we got. So advertising, we have to put them in the Helotes Echo, or what is it, paper of origin or record. And so that's gone up because we're having to do more auctions. We're having to put stuff in there. The building, electrical, cameras, all the total, were $4,600 so far. So so far this year, $96,000 in expenditures, which leaves us a net revenue of a little over $33,000 thus far.
Chief, can I ask you, how did you do that with Balcones? You said you did a joint auction, and don't we auction them off at our lot?
They brought them over to us.
So they brought them over to you?
They brought 13 vehicles to us.
Okay.
We already have our next auction for April 12th, I believe, and they're bringing 9 to that one.
You're going to bring 9. Now, I was just looking at the actual cost that you had. Now, you just said that the personnel costs will probably rise because you need to add somebody to help.
Right.
But vehicle purchases, is that finished? So that'll go away. Computer, Wi-Fi, office furniture, 5,000, should that go away too?
Well, what do you mean go away?
Well, I'm saying you won't have any additional expense.
Correct.
Okay, that's what
Probably, we might have a
yeah.
second computer if they're both here at the same
Yeah.
time, need computers, but more than
And-
that, I'm not sure.
Okay, building, electrical, cameras, material, that will also not be repeated probably in the future, right?
The building, the electrical materials, probably not. I do want to add some additional cameras.
Okay.
I think
All
there's
right,
some
so
better, there's some angles that we can
I'm
cover
just trying
better.
to see which ones are like startup costs
Yes,
that we
ma'am.
won't have repeated in the
Right.
future, but I do hear what you're saying, that you will have some additional increases in some of those areas.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Counselor Jordan?
Yes, ma'am, you mentioned vehicle purchases.
Right, 30,000.
That's what money that was raised from the selling of the vehicles, correct? Or what?
So we came in front of y'all to purchase or to get approval to spend the money. So the money all goes in general fund, and the money's coming out of general fund. So however you want to look at it. But yeah, I mean, if you really look at it as it's the money that was made off of the impound lot is paid for all those items.
Okay,
Right,
so
but that's going to be.
that'll
a
be
big
an
part.
ongoing, thank you. I thought we actually purchased a vehicle too.
No, we did purchase a vehicle.
Okay, so,
We purchased one vehicle.
but we're not going to purchase any more,
No,
are we?
no.
Okay,
But the
so,
$30,000, that was not from the purchase of one vehicle, correct?
No,
That
it was a pickup truck that was purchased.
So this is a one-time,
yeah, one
Correct.
time, that's what I was.
Correct.
That's
all
what I
right,
was,
thanks.
okay,
Yes,
thank you. Any other questions? Okay,
Not on that one, ma'am.
okay, thank you.
So here's just kind of a snapshot of comparing what we looked at in projection versus the actual. Things are going very well, but we are continuing to go down this path of unknown. Here's the actual, if you were to look at October 1st to February 28th, during that time period, if we went off the projection, it was 28. If you look at the actual, it's 83. The vehicles auctioned would have been about 28, and then actual is 63 vehicles that we've auctioned, of those two auctions we've had thus far. The next auction, we're going to have right around 30 vehicles on April 12th. So that number, even when I did this slide a week and a half ago, we were looking at 20 vehicles. It's raised since then. It's going to be closer to 30. So that number of vehicle seized is probably closer to 90 right now. And then the auction, by the end of the 12th, we'll auction them all off. And the actual vehicles towed during this time period is 302 thus far. And so it's higher than that now, obviously, because it's just a week and a half old. So just a couple of quick pictures of some types of vehicles. We've got some nice vehicles in there and not so nice vehicles in there that pretty much the vast majority of the vehicles up till now have been purchased by your pick and pull type lots that go in and get the vehicle so they can just part it out. Very few of them, I'd say less than half up till now, have been vehicles that people were going to actually put on the road. That'll change starting at this next auction. The vast majority of the vehicles, I think out of the 30, we're looking at maybe 4 or 5 that are at the junk side versus somebody's going to put it on the road. And that's because we were having a lot of cleanup within the community. A lot of vehicles have been on the streets and parking lots for years. Some of them been set there for years. Owners weren't even living in Leon Valley anymore on several of them that came into the lot and were eventually that little Mini Cooper there on the left didn't run. Those vehicles on the right had been in a parking lot. The red, very nice Toyota vehicle there didn't run. The engine was seized up about a year ago. So a lot of these vehicles were literally junk vehicles. Okay.
Okay,
Questions for me, ma'am?
so the bottom line is, we have 33,334 unencumbered net from the impound lot through February 28th.
You'd have to ask that to Vicki. I don't know what.
Well, I mean, I guess that's what your figure said,
Okay.
yeah. So and it's general fund, so it's not, when I said unencumbered, we don't have a specific use for that yet, but that's good to know. And then also, what is your average, now that you have experience, you said $1,000 per vehicle, is that about holding, or is that higher now?
It's way lower.
Oh, it's way lower.
Way lower.
Oh,
We
okay.
averaged a little over $500 per vehicle last time,
Okay.
but the reality is, I think about out of the 53 vehicles that were impound vehicles, probably 30 of them went for $250.
$250.
$250.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good to know.
And that's about what same Ward Auction also does San Antonio's auction, and he said that's the same thing they're seeing over there. The cost of steel has gone down so much because they know they can recoup their money on the parts, and then the cost of steel when they just take it and have it smashed. But the cost of steel has gone down so much that they might get $150, $200 for the car.
Okay. All right.
Chief, if I can interject also, the other thing that Ward Auction has been really good for Leon Valley is that they have their San Antonio auction and then and then they have the Leon Valley auction follow it. So at their San Antonio auction, they actually announce, oh, and we're doing one tomorrow in Leon Valley. So it's
Great.
bringing the customers over here. So that's worked out very well
Very
for
well.
them.
We had over 40 buyers this last time.
Okay. And aren't we also advertising it locally to our citizens?
We are. We're putting it on the website. We're putting it in the Helotes Echo. We are also putting it out on our newsletters and such. So yeah, we're pushing it out. Ward Auction sends it on out through his contacts as well, all the vehicles, and so we're pushing it out as far as we can. And we did have a lot of residents, including some of y'all's spouses that actually showed up.
Okay. All right. Very
But you
good.
didn't buy anything.
Yes, Dr. Edwards.
Just a question. A constituent came up to me and asked me, well, something I'm paraphrasing. If I'm driving down Bandera Road and I get pulled over and I don't have my proof of insurance, are they going to impound my car and take it to the lot? It's kind of a paranoid question, but...
Sure. 99% of the insurance companies, and I can't even think of one that doesn't, but I don't want to say 100%, actually prescribe to a state database that allows us, when we run that license plate, to see that they truly have insurance. So those people that say, I just left it at home, and maybe there's that 1% that doesn't prescribe to that, but we already know whether they have insurance or not.
Oh, you can scan it and
We,
see.
as soon as you run the plate, it's going to pop up whether there's found insurance on that vehicle.
Oh, okay, because this one person was saying, sometimes I don't have the piece of paper with
Right.
me, and I don't want my car towed.
It might be that 1%. I don't know of any, but but the vast majority of them, they're going to be able to see that before they ever get out of the car to walk up to that car. They
Okay.
know whether they have insurance or not.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can't get away from technology.
Can't.
I'll tell you.
Can't.
Okay. Yes, Counselor Jordan.
Do we have any pending cases from people that's in litigation in reference to this, or
Zero, sir.
the process took place, nobody showed up, and everything is closed out?
No, sir, zero. The vast majority of these, the people call us, say, keep the car. Believe it or not. We go through this long period of time, but that we know within the first day or two whether they're ever going to come to get it or not. So we've only had probably 3 that came back after the 20-day point. And it was a company that had a lien on the car that didn't respond to the letters because we had to respond. We had to send them out to the lien holder and all registered owners. So sometimes we're sending out 4 or 5 letters, and the lien holder sometimes takes a long time to get back. And we haven't sold the car, and they've come in. I think one came in today. I heard was getting ready to pay $1,600 for a car. But it was basically they were told, hey, I'm not going to pay for the car. I'm putting it in the street. Come get it. So they were going to repo the car anyway. So the person that owned the car was like, hey, mine. I gave it back to them. And then they didn't come get it. But we don't sell it right away because it takes 60 days before probably we get, and sometimes 90. They came in, said, you still have the car? Yes, we do. Here's a check. And so, but we haven't had anybody really fight us. We've had one complaint, but she was way off base, and we sold both the vehicles, unfortunately. But they were both junk vehicles.
Just one last question.
Yes,
Madam Mayor.
you sure can.
Are the vehicles sold at whatever the selling price is right there on the during the auction? Is there a minimum that you can set for? If there's a 2018 vehicle, if it goes for $1, do you sell it? I guess is my question.
Well, Councilman Mary, y'all allowed us to put a $200 limit on them. That's what we put on them right now. And that's what we asked for last time I came in front of y'all. So San Antonio does a $200 limit, and we went with the same. But we haven't had any vehicles that are that nice. I'll tell you, if we get a vehicle that's that nice, we're going to probably put it into use for the city. And that's another thing you're not seeing is right now we have 2 vehicles that have been placed in U2 and fixing to be 4. No, we have three fixing to be 5 vehicles that were nice enough to place into use by the city, which then turns around, y'all don't have to buy a vehicle for staff or whoever. So it replaced, allowed us to move a vehicle over to the fire department, a truck, and allowed us to move a vehicle to admin staff and that vehicle to code compliance. But it's a, $8,000-$10,000 vehicle that now we don't have to bother the citizens with paying for. So we have 3 of those now, fixing to be 5 that are going to be put in use.
Okay.
What about that yellow convertible?
The Bug. It's for sale. $200 probably is what it's going to go for. I don't know. It's going to probably go cheap, but it runs.
What year is it?
It's an older one.
Oh.
But it's the newer body style.
Oh, okay.
Convertible.
Looks real cool.
Yeah, it does. It does. It looks cool. Yeah, it does.
No, but,
That Mini Cooper, y'all saw up there went for $250.
okay. And what's the highest price that you've sold a vehicle for?
4,500, I believe.
4,500, okay.
4,500.
Okay, and so are those 5 vehicles that you're talking about that we kept for the city, we have that, is that logged somewhere in your records?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Once we go and get it registered by the state, we turn that over to TML, I believe, right? To Ms. Caldera, and then she goes through and gets it all squared away with them.
And they
So-
become part of your fixed assets then.
Oh,
Correct.
okay, fixed assets. I was wondering where we put it in our budget. Okay, great, very good. All right. A new program. All right.
Going very well.
Good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do appreciate your help in this matter. All right. So we then move to agenda item number 3, our city manager's report. Good evening, Ms. Kinsler, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, citizens. This is the city manager supplemental report. The city manager report that ended last Friday is actually out on the table. But in addition to that report, we always have stuff that comes up afterwards. Northwest Little League is holding its opening day of Spring Little League this coming Saturday, which is the 24th of March at 9:45 in the morning at the Post Road Fields. The biggest turnout of records is expected at the league fields. This season, we have the most teams at this Northwest Little League field than we've ever had, more teams we've ever had. So that's a pretty cool statistic. Want to give you an update to the Leon Valley Soapbox Derby. Leon Valley has received its endorsement from the All-American Soapbox Derby Association. This endorsement comes complete with rules, a waiver of liability forms, insurance flyers, and we even get to use the official logo right back there. Businesses are loving this. We haven't even advertised this. And we have businesses that have purchased cars in anticipation of the race. We have Image 360, Richard's Towing, Bannis Towing, Alamo Pizza, Miracle Body and Paint, Leon Valley Community Church, Wolf Sheds, Tiger Sanitation. The fire chief and the police chief, the inner child has come out in them, and they're purchasing their own cars, and they're going to race each other. And several businesses have inquired about participation. In total, yes.
What is the age limit?
I know it's less than 125 pounds, so I'm just saying I don't think either one's going to qualify. But in total, 10 cars have been ordered and 4 additional cars are being considered. Mind you, this is not even on our website yet being advertised. Word of mouth, and we've already got this many cars. The Soapbox Derby team is continuing to work through the logistics of the race, the ramp that shoots the cars down and the finish line and all that kind of stuff. I just committed today to working on, KSAT is our exclusive for our 4th of July stuff, but we're going to try to see, name this like a separate event so that we can get, several of the radio stations have showed interest in DJing this. And I'm going to talk to the one of the executive managers at KSAT to see if we can't share at least the Soapbox Derby, because this is, an internationally sanctioned event. So with that, we have a little reveal party.
I said I would. What
There's
is
a
that?
little
Now I know what
little
it is.
surprise down here that we want to reveal for everybody. Our first
that
completed
yours?
Soapbox Derby
yours,
car.
Chief? Is that
It's
yours?
not.
This is not your car?
One of the
Okay.
businesses, but everybody take a peek, because we'll all be seeing it for the first time, or most of them.
Oh, my gosh. What business? I don't see. Image 360.
This is Image 360's car.
Oh. Oh, my gosh, look at that. That's beautiful. What's with the Region 3? Is that internationally, that's where we're located? Okay.
Yes, but Chief can explain that.
So Counselor
Chiefy.
Edwards wants to know which chief can fit in that.
I think it has to be a little kid, right?
Yeah. So,
Okay. See, I didn't know either. That was
the age limit is 7 to 13 years of age. Otherwise, that disqualifies me. But the businesses, I first have to say, the businesses are really excited about the opportunity to participate in this event, to show community engagement, to help promote civic activities with local kids in our community, give them an opportunity that they may not have otherwise had. Really, we have some awesome businesses that are just Image 360. He's going to do some of the wrapping for some of the other cars already. I know Wolf Sheds is a big. He's kind of driving.
Keep some of them a secret, Chief.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, the reason it says Region 3.
Yeah.
Sorry. The reason it says Region 3 is because it's an international sanctioned event. And so there's regions all over the country, and we happen to Texas belongs to Region 3. So because we're sanctioned, and because we're also using these cars because it's covered by their insurance, it's the waiver, it meets all those standards, so you have to use this car. It's safer. But the winner of our race would qualify to race in Ohio, in Akron. And so, kind of cool.
Well, let me ask you this. So these businesses will order a kit, and then they'll put it together, but they can decorate it any way they want?
Yes, ma'am.
With their logo, and that's what but I mean, aren't they all going to be the same, or how do you make one faster than the other?
Oh, that question has been asked.
Yeah.
By everybody, because everybody's already getting really competitive. It's
I
like
know.
stock car racing. You know,
Uh-huh.
stock cars are the same, right?
Yeah.
But there has to be
Uh-huh.
something that separates
sets it
them.
apart, yeah.
And that is, it comes down to the driver.
The driver.
The position of the driver, the control of the driver. It comes down to the where you place the weight, and there's a bunch of other double top secret stuff that everybody's researching right
Okay.
now,
All right.
so that they can win.
Mm-hmm.
But they to follow the rules, they have to have a number assigned to the car. They have to have Leon Valley, Texas, where the race is on the car, and they have to have the region on the car.
Okay.
And so. They're all going to have that same kind of those things. Everything else is just fair game.
Mhm.
So my car it'll look like a fire truck, you know.
Oh, okay. There you go.
And I don't know what Chief Joe's is going to look like.
So the winner, yeah. So what will you get if you win? Are you going to have it in categories, or just one winner, first, second, third?
So this is our first competition, first year. The cars have to weigh the car. This is a serious event. The cars,
yeah.
we actually get inspected a week before. The cars are weighed. Their cars are inspected. The drivers that are selected are weighed.
No.
The total weight has to be 200 pounds. Every car weighs the same.
Uh-huh.
So then we actually have to impound the car for a week, and then transport the car so nobody can manipulate the
Oh my
car. And then it
gosh.
gets transported on race day. The drivers show up, they find their car. We have pit crews for them, and then we launch them up and head them down the hill. That's where we're at so far, and really a lot of support for the event, and as Ms. Kinsler said, we haven't advertised it
I
yet.
know. So are these cars going to be in our impound lot for the week? That's what I was thinking. You know, hey, perfect spot.
I just wanted to also say that the owners, what the owners of the cars are doing is they're buying the car. It's a kit. It is a kit.
Okay.
They put it together, or the firefighters or police officers will help them put it together, and then they send it for printing, and then they own the car. And so anybody can buy a car and get a racer and race the car. It's open to anybody. This is just an opportunity for us to engage with our businesses, and also to get the children that may not have the opportunity to have a car an opportunity to race. So that's all this
So
is.
how are you going to pick the children?
So we're devising a plan
I
for
wait.
that, and it's an application process. Going to be selected by kids that are doing good things in their school, their churches, in their home, good grades, painting fire hydrants, taking care of flags, washing the police cars, doing good things in the community, and we need endorsements from their teachers and things like that.
So what's the average weight of a car?
The car itself, the kit, the way it comes is 75 pounds.
75 pounds.
So with the driver, depending on the size of the child, from 7 to 13, it cannot exceed 200 pounds.
Okay.
And
so
it has to weigh 200
125
pounds. If we have a small 7-year-old that weighs 60 pounds, we're going to have to add weight to the car
See.
so that he's got a fair shot.
All right.
So,
Very good.
and that's it.
Well,
So 2 more facts about the soapbox derby. The businesses are already calling, fighting over the numbers because they have certain lucky numbers.
Yes.
oh my
And
gosh.
so chief's having to keep track of who can have, because you can't have the same number. Another one is literally, we just got a request from a local business who's streaming this meeting, saying they want a car.
Oh my gosh. That's
So
amazing.
it's pretty neat.
Are we going to have a maximum number of cars to participate?
I think we're going to have to. At
Yeah,
this point. It's
it sounds
getting-
like it. We haven't even advertised. We've already got 10.
Yeah.
11.
And, 16, if we do a 16 cars, that's,
Oh my
that's
gosh.
8 races at 5 minutes apiece, several heats, you're looking at an hour and a half for 16 cars. So, this could be an event that gets bigger and we have to move it. But that's a good thing. I think that's really
But we
cool.
only have 5 more spots.
Right. I think that's where we're at.
Hello, those people out there. Yeah, they all want it. They all want their car. Yes. Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go.
1862. See, there you go.
I would,
Okay. Yeah. All right. Very good.
Very, very cool.
All right. Any other questions? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
So, where are you going to get the winner of each, like the first race, have 2 cars? So you'll get the winner of that race, and then he'll race the winner of another race, and you'll whittle it down till you get...
Exactly, Counselor. We're going to do a bracket-style race just like the Final Four. So we'll have a winner's bracket. When you have a 2 race, you'll have one go to the winner's bracket, advances. The loser will go to the consolation round, and they'll race again. And the winner of the consolation round will race in the winner's bracket, and we'll have an overall champ. We have businesses that are already saying they want to sponsor the trophy and medals for all the kids and pictures. And I think one of the cool things is it's a great opportunity to take those cars into the park afterwards, display them, because they're displaying not only Americana but Leon Valley businesses, and gives kids an opportunity to learn about what it is and how they can race next year.
Yeah, Jason Vanis came over to my office today, and he's across the parking lot from me, and he said they're going to go after underprivileged kids.
Yes.
And give them the opportunity to be a driver.
Yes. Yes.
Great.
Yep.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Chief, for your leadership, and Chiefs, all of y'all. I mean, I never thought it was, when we had the idea,
Been
I wasn't
fun.
really sure what this was, and now put us on the map.
Race.
I mean, that's great.
We wanted
Thank
to
you.
make our 4th of July event a better venue.
Yep.
It looks
there you
like
go.
it's succeeding.
Very much so. All
and we
right.
talked a little earlier about putting them in the 4th of July parade, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to do that. If you're going to have to capture, hold all of them captive until the race, we'll have to see.
Well, we're going to have it.
That's one of the logistics things we want to work out, because we may release them for the parade, because all the businesses are wanting now to participate in the parade. So we might actually have more entries in the parade, but they want to take their car in the parade and show that off too. So we may release it for that.
So I thought the soapbox derby was going to be after the parade.
It
That's
is.
what I thought.
It is.
So
That's correct. That's why we got to work on the logistics of
right.
releasing them.
Okay.
That's correct.
I thought, how okay,
Yeah.
very good.
So the rest of the city manager report now is going to be boring.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you want me to sit in the car and do it.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'd fit. So we handed out, if somebody could hold them up, we have our
Yeah.
Leon Valley Fiesta medals for this
Yeah.
year. Handed them out. Each of your counselors, you each have 50. 100 was heavy, but if you want another 50, just get a hold of Maribel right over here and she'll hand you another 50. If you all want some medals, either go obtain some from Maribel or obtain one from one of your counselors. But they're here, and it's that time again. I also want to thank Chief Valdez for taking the lead for us. And I don't know if you noticed tonight, but somehow these lights were magically dimming. Did anybody catch that? Yeah? Show them, Sandra, what we got. There you go, Vanna. Show them. There we go. Now do your magic.
Oh. Oh, it's technology. Yay.
There we go. So now staff can help with the dimming.
Was that just something we found that we bought extra?
Remote control.
Oh my gosh, a remote control, duh. Okay, very good.
Okay, so I sent you all an update yesterday, but wanted to make sure the public knows as well that the LC-17 project, we were expecting to complete it by late September. We received a new final completion date yesterday or the day before, of course. And their baseline schedule is now pushed back a couple of months. It's December 24th of 2018. The delays, which we expected were coming eventually, are due to 3 unexpected site conflicts. One was a conflict with the Google Fiber conflict with their tunnels. The next one was the blue treated water that was encountered. This water was discovered as they broke through the shale layer, and it's thought to originate at the USAA headquarters. Unfortunately, though, it's still flowing at the Hebner Creek job site. So they're actively pumping that water away every day, but they've got to figure that out. The wrong stub out elevation to where they were to connect the new sewer main in segment 2. And this actually was something that could have prevented the first 2. I don't know how you could have prevented those, but this was an error on the part of the contractor that did the work in segment 2. They're currently at a 60% completion rate on the sewer line and will start the installation of the recycled water main this coming Monday. I also wanted to notify you that 2 businesses were shut down today and yesterday afternoon due to no licenses required by the state, no certificate of occupancies. Those 2 businesses are the Botanica Tarot Card Reader and the Stepstone Credit Payday Lending business. So they've both been shut down. I'm sure that most of you are aware we had a horrific structure fire on Rue Sophie yesterday, and the home actually was a residence to 7 persons. They all made it out safely. The only one that did not make it out safely was never found the cat and the dog. I want to compliment the firefighters. They spent 15 minutes trying to resuscitate that dog, and were unable to do it. Of course, the little children were devastated, and so the Firefighters Association stepped up, wrapped the dog in a fire blanket, and took the dog to get it cremated, and they paid for it for the family. So I want to thank them. Their hearts always amaze me. And speaking of hearts, Mrs. Peggy Prophet is concerned because they've lost, the guys were going in, they wanted uncle's urns and pieces of this and pieces of that, and they were trying to get as much stuff out of there as they could. But that family lost a lot. And so I have a sheet here that Miss Peggy Prophet has put together that that tells us what they need in the form of clothing, in the form of, this is mostly clothing. They need some twin-size beds. They need bedding. They need blankets for the kids, but the majority of this is clothing. So if you're interested, my office will coordinate this, make sure that we get this stuff to Ms. Prophet. I'd be happy to share this list with whoever, but if we can coordinate, it'd be better. That way we try to get all the items that are needed. So as always, the Leon Valley citizens come through. But I also wanted to dispel a couple of rumors about this structure fire that we'd been hearing, and that there was not a quick response time. There's also a rumor out there that when dispatch was called, that it was pinging from Bexar County to San Antonio. And so I asked Chief Valdez to get this investigation done for me this afternoon. In fact, that's not what happened. What happened was the person who called it in hung up, and then dispatch called them back. And so that took a little bit of time. And but the bottom line is, it took 4 minutes, and Chief Valdez was there within a minute, just because he was nearby. But it took the actual engine 4 minutes and 30 seconds to get over there. The nearest hydrant was about 300 feet away. So they started out fighting the fire with the 1,000 gallons of tank water that they had from the actual engine while they were establishing the water supply. And I don't know if you've been by there, but that back of that house I'm assuming it's completely demolished, just looking at the back of it. So anyway, it definitely was not our quickest response time, but our average response time is 4 minutes, and this was 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Ms. Kinsler, what was the cause of the fire?
Can I say it?
It's
cigarettes.
Oh, cigarettes.
on
I
the
thought
back
maybe it was
porch.
electrical or something like that, because I know some of our homes have aluminum wiring.
Right,
Yeah, so
right.
that's always been a concern. Yes, Ms. Chasen, come on up to the podium, because if anyone else has a question like I did, I just was concerned, but thank you. And is it a total loss? I'm assuming it's a total loss, the house?
Just about.
Near total loss, okay.
Excuse me, I just wanted to ask, Kelly, is it possible the list of items that are so desperately needed by this family, could it be added into next door neighborhood? That way it'll encompass a broader spectrum and area of people that might want to open up their hearts and their wallets and do whatever they can, and then contact you with a contact.
Yeah, I think that's a
number?
great idea, but I think we'll leave the contact, it's a great idea, but we'll leave the contact at City Hall, because number one, I don't want to overwhelm Mrs. Prophet right now, and number two, that way we can organize, and, if we end up with 5,000 pair of little boys' shorts, there's plenty of need out there. We can get it out elsewhere as well.
Can make up and compile that list
Absolutely,
and-
absolutely, I can do that. That's an excellent suggestion, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. So the next city council meeting is April 3rd at 6:00 p.m. The free yoga is still going on Sundays. There will be no class on Easter, but the classes go from 3 o'clock to 4:30 at the library every Sunday. Trash and treasure sales coming up just around the corner, March 31st. Library volunteer appreciation event is April 18th from 5 to 7. The actual volunteer appreciation dinner for the boards and committees is April 5th at 6 p.m. The deadline to register to vote in the May general election is April 5th. Coffee with the mayor and council is April 28th from 9 to 11. Early voting starts April 23rd through May the 1st for the general election. The City of San Antonio's tricentennial is from May 1st to May 6th for the primary events. However, there will be events going on throughout the month of May, and I'm actually going to talk to you about one of them here a little bit later on. Committee meetings, Citizens Police Advisory Committee meeting meets tomorrow at 6 p.m. right here in City Hall. Zoning Commission, March 27th at 6:30. The zoning code has now been completely redone, and so we will be taking, I think this time, 3 or 4 chapters to the Zoning Commission and then bringing them to the council, and we'll just do it several chapters at a time so that we don't overwhelm anybody. But that project is complete, and that actually was based on recommendations of Emil Monsivais, and then was finished by Ms. Nina Nixon-Mendez. The Beautification Committee meets March 21st at 4:15 at the Fire Department, which is tomorrow. Hike and Bike Committee, April 10th at 6:00 p.m. right here at City Hall. And the Library Board of Trustees is April 10th, 5:30 at the library. And I think that's all I have in this stack. With that, I would stand for questions.
Okay, very good. Yes, Counselor Martinez.
What is blue treated water? Kelly?
Blue treated water from USAA.
You'll have a much better explanation than I.
Councilor Martinez, the water that's, I guess, defined as blue is really, it's a clear groundwater that appears to be in the area of, and so we met with SAWS to discuss a possible leak on their side, being on the recycling line. They identified an area up around USAA where they've experienced some leaking, and so I think over the course of however many years, the water has accumulated in this area, and so the contractor's been able to pump this out and continue with their work, but it has added to some additional time, and so we're looking at I guess about a 2 or 3 month pushing it back a little bit back to December.
Okay, so this is
Also-
water that's like treated water, or that they use for playgrounds or parks and stuff, recycled water?
That's a
It's
very
kind of
good-
leaking and it's just kind of drifting down?
That's a very good question. The other thing that we did is we also, as soon as we got that report, we contacted the Edwards Aquifer Authority and met with them because we wanted to ensure that this wasn't a result of possibly the plume, or we just wanted to narrow it down where it was coming from, and that was ruled out. So they did some sampling on the water. It all came back negative for any constituents that would have appeared, in that regard. There was some chlorination to the water and some fluoride. So, we have a very low water loss average ratio here in Leon Valley. We pride ourselves on being about a 5% water loss ratio. So, we definitely wanted to narrow that down and ensure that the source is not coming from Leon Valley.
All right.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, I'd ask for more questions, but our manager has left, so I guess we'll just hold off on that until she gets back. All right. And if you have any other questions, let me know when she gets back, and we'll certainly address those. Okay, so then we'll move on then to citizens to be heard. Agenda item number 4. Any citizens that would like to address the council, please come forward, state your name and where you live, and you have up to 5 minutes. And we have Mr. Riddle. How are you this evening, Mr. Riddle? You bet. So glad you're here.
First, let me start out by thanking y'all for your service here in the council. I know it's tremendous job you have to do each day. The next thing was I wanted to thank the fire chief for my house not burning down.
Oh, were you right next to it?
Next door to the house,
Oh, my
and I thought
gosh.
for sure it would catch fire.
Whoa. I bet that was scary.
His firefighters are amazing.
That's great.
I watched them, and they kept that fire back into their house.
Mm-hmm.
And so my house had no damage.
Mm-hmm. Did they have to water your house?
No, I started to do that,
Okay.
but they were doing such a good job of controlling the fire that there really wasn't a need for me to do it. The other thing is their cat came running up to me this morning when I went for my walk, and so I sent them a text message saying, your cat is over here if you want to come pick him up.
Oh, okay.
So, and they said they would.
Fantastic. So the cat is found?
Yes.
Excellent.
So I would really like to thank the fire chief.
Mm-hmm.
What a fantastic job they do. You just
right,
have
let's
to
give them
watch
a-
it.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for those kind comments, Mr. Riddle. We do appreciate it. All right, yes. And next we have Miss Lynn Joseph. Oh, thank you.
Okay. Hi, Lynn.
Oops.
Lynn Joseph, 6423 Trotter. I just had a concern about I live on the backside of Heidner Creek,
Mm-hmm.
and I know we're not allowed to have dogs running loose in the park, but everybody is bringing their dogs to run in the easement now. And there's some big dogs, which I don't have a problem with. The only problem I'm having is that there's no poop scoop.
Oh.
So all that water that rain flows down into the park. We got all those little kids in there, and I'm really concerned about E. coli and problems. And I'd like to make a suggestion that if we could put it on the vote or something, or agenda, to discuss putting some signs.
Okay.
I know as you walk down behind the service center, there's a bag dispenser and trash can, but people drop down into the creek shortly after they come off of Evers with their animals, so they're not seeing that at all.
Okay.
So anyway, I just
Also note that. Thank you so much, Ms. Joseph, for that suggestion. Do appreciate it.
Mayor,
Anyone
Ms.
else?
Joseph, we don't
Yes.
even need to bring that back. We can just get the
We'll
signs
just
up.
do that.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
just get them up.
Great. Thank you. And hi, Ms. Chasen. Good evening and welcome back.
I'd like to ask the Chief Salvaggio to come in.
Certainly.
Do you have the booklet or the paper that states the signage for the election that you could explain to us, especially to me, exactly what it is? Because in the past, I've had the signs on my property for the people I would promote for the campaigning for city council and mayor. And I've always put it on my property, right at the edge. The reason being is I've got landscape cloth underneath that I can't really poke through. And if you do, then you're going to allow for growth coming up from underneath. Well, Chief Salvaggio moved my sign. Being nice, while I was at a code compliance meeting with Mr. Morgan, came to my house and moved my signs that I had. I came home to find out my next door neighbors, when I called her, I said, who moved my signs? And she goes, well, Jaime, across the street, said that the police were there. And I said, the police were there? I'm at a code compliance meeting, and the police are at my house moving the signs. So when I saw Jaime outside, I asked him, and he said, oh, you know, the police guy that was at the city council meeting that I showed up at? I went, Chief Salvaggio? And he said, yes. So I asked the chief tonight when I got here, why did you move my signs? I've never had them moved before. They're on my property. They're not on the sidewalk. They're on my property. And I have to put them at the edge because of the weed cloth. So I'd like him to explain everything and show me where this is. Thank you.
So I explained to her earlier, and I don't know why we're doing. Oh, we can do that.
I can't be the only one having this issue.
Yes, you are, but that's okay. The fact that it's not going into her weed thing is not really relevant. What's relevant is the law. I didn't take them down. Normally, if we have a bandit sign or a legally placed sign, we remove it. We didn't remove the signs. We replaced them. Same thing that I did with some of the candidates that have run in the past that were placed last year. We moved them. We've moved signs from the other candidates that have been placed improperly, moved them further into the yard so that they abide by the state law. And the right-of-way is the issue. It's not in city ordinance, it's in the state law that you can't put them in a public right-of-way. That right-of-way has been decided, and we're going to abide by for everybody. It's 2 feet on the other side of the sidewalk, because there are some of the companies that their lines run in those areas. You can, depending on how far you go down, you can damage the wires that we have even with us. Our water lines, there's all kind of things that are in those areas that you don't want to be poking something down in. So I explained that to Ms. Chasen earlier, and we are abiding by, and we will enforce it the same way for everybody. I didn't remove the signs. I replaced them so that they were the legal way. Just because it hasn't been enforced ever does not mean it's not the law. And so, unfortunately, like a lot of things, we are running it up to Well, we've never done that before. That's not relevant. The law is the law, and we're enforcing the law. Didn't remove the signs. I moved them to a point where they were legal in her yard. And asked her very nicely a minute ago she put them back. So since we're going to do this public, Ms. Chasen, I need you to remove those signs because the next one's going to be removal and citations, which I don't want to do. So just like everything we do here, we try to do it the nicest way. But if we're going to be forcing our hands, then we can do that in court.
But just some clarification, so I knew you couldn't put
Yours
the
is
sign.
placed legally.
Okay,
so we're
thank
clear.
you. Okay.
And
but,
so is
but
Councilman
but
Martinez.
it's 2 feet from
the right of way.
The right of way.
Right.
Sidewalk.
From the sidewalk
Yeah,
is the
from the
easiest way to look
sidewalk
at it.
into your yard. It has
Correct.
to be 2 feet in.
Correct.
Okay.
And yours is more than 2 feet. Sir, yours is more than 2 feet.
What about mine?
I haven't looked at yours,
Oh,
sir, because I don't know where you live.
Better keep it that way.
No, but no, I haven't gone by your house, sir. I haven't. But in the neighborhood, all the other signs in the neighborhood are placed correctly. So we're not trying to be, ugly about this. We're trying to enforce it equally. And if I have to allow Ms. Chasen her sign, I got to allow everybody's sign. And I don't know a way to do that because once we start doing that, then it's going to be how do you differentiate between a yard sale sign, whatever sign, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So we're doing what we're always trying to do and be very nice about this situation. Please, let's leave it at that, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, that's fine. My only question was then how does that pertain to like the fence that goes right up to the sidewalk and is dug in?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, certainly concrete going down 2.5 feet into the ground is much more dangerous than a coat hanger thick piece of wire going in at the edge.
Do you know what she's talking about, ma'am?
No, I don't.
Mayor and
But this is,
Council,
yeah,
getting into a
we're
discussion.
into the dialogue here, so. But maybe you could.
We talked.
Yes, okay, very good. All right. So any other questions? Where were we? I can't, I'm just kind of like, citizens be heard. There you go. Okay, any other citizens that would like to address the council at this time? And any other questions? I know Ms. Kinsler was left. Any other questions for Ms. Kinsler on her manager's report? I just want to be sure we didn't have any others. Okay, excellent. All right, then we'll move to announcements by the mayor and city council members. Councilor Edwards, do you have any announcements this evening?
Well, there's some terrible things happening in Austin, and I just would hope we'd all kind of keep those people in our thoughts and be careful about picking up packages, if you don't know where they came from, or be careful where you're walking. Hopefully it doesn't come our direction, but that is a concern, at least I'm aware of. So thank you.
Very good. Councilor Alcacer.
It did come. It's the Shirts FedEx. That's right in our backyard. I was at the fire also, and I commend all the firefighters. Watching how they, right from the beginning, were protecting each side of the houses because they're pretty close together, and the wind was pretty high yesterday, and they were watching right from the beginning, both sides. The only concern to Chief Valdez comes from my husband. He said he doesn't want to lose you. You're too valuable to the city, and you had virtually no protection, and you were right up close to the house, and anything could have exploded and hit you on the head. And so please, Chief, consider that, and you're the example to your troops, and you had a very, very concerned citizen that almost went out and took you out. Of danger, that is. And otherwise, please, please listen to one another, be kind to one another, think before you speak. At the last yoga class, which there's room for more, they told us to take a pragmatic pause of at least 2 seconds before you respond to somebody or before you speak if you're speaking without thinking. Thank you, and thanks for being here.
All righty, very good. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
Well, I want to thank our city manager for calling me. This was almost across the street from my house, and after she called, I tried calling my wife, and she left her phone in the house charging, and I am trying and trying and trying to call and find out what's going on. But I was working in Floresville. But I want to thank her for letting me know about this. And most important, at the last city council meeting, there was a topic brought up about the web page. And I thought it was a little bit excessive that we're paying $1,900 for web hosting when, you know, it can be done for a couple $100. But one of the city council members mentioned that he thought I was kind of rude to Crystal Caldera. And I didn't mean to. If it came off that way, I want to publicly apologize to Crystal. If I did come across as being harsh or demanding to her, I want to say I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way, but I just wanted to publicly apologize to her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Jordan, or Councilor Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the city of Austin that just popped up on my phone, they have a sixth explosion.
A
going
sixth
on.
explosion?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Going
no.
on
Tonight?
Tonight, yes, ma'am.
Oh, this is too
So
scary.
we could,
That
right,
was in
right
Austin.
now in Austin. So if we could keep them in our thoughts and prayers even now, it'd be great. Last week was spring break for the young people, and our Leon Valley Library had a lot of events going on. And I don't see anybody here from the library, but we really enjoyed the programs that they had going all throughout the week. A lot of great turnout and a lot of free events. And it was really good to take time off that last week and enjoy time with family.
Good.
So at the end of the day, family is what's important. So we thank everybody for coming out, and thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. And thank goodness for those smartphones that you have that gives us the minute by minute what's going on in the world. Councilor Ely.
Yes. I think sometimes we get too wrapped up in everything that goes wrong in the world and not enough in what goes right in the world. And sometimes you really just, like Councilor Jordan was saying, you really have to appreciate that you've got family, that you've got support, that we live in a community that cares and has great people to take care of us. So take a moment, and as we have a phrase, my church, it says, think to thank. Think about it every day. When you wake up, be grateful you're alive. Be grateful that we have life, a good life here. Pray for those that are in trouble and that have needs that are greater than ours right now. Thank you for being the people you are here in this community. You're a great resource. It's great to have friends and family and neighbors like you. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ely. Councilor Ely, gosh, everybody's been so eloquent up here, so I'll ditto everybody's thoughts. But anyway, just Easter's around the corner, and that's another great family event. I just want to wish, on behalf of the council and staff, we want to wish you a very happy Easter if you celebrate that holiday, which I think a lot of people do. So, and we'll see you on April the 2nd, 3rd, and then we have our volunteer appreciation dinner on the 5th. So we hope to see all of the great volunteers that give of their time at that event as well. So thank you, and let's keep safe. All right, moving on to the consent agenda. May I have a motion? Is there anyone that wants to move?
Excuse
Yes.
me. I don't know if this is exactly the right place to
Yes,
bring
go
this
ahead.
up, but and my computer, the city computer's gone down. I can't quite find it on my phone, but somewhere when I was reviewing either the packet for tonight or in the past, it seemed that I had come across an indication that the Police Citizens Advisory Committee may have formed a subcommittee, and I was wondering if that is appropriate. And then it also looked like somewhere I'd run across the possibility that this subcommittee was reviewing ordinances. And so that's just a question I have. And I don't know, anybody else see that? I can't find it on my phone.
I read it in the minutes of the police advisory minutes, section 5.A or something. That's where I read it.
My computer went dead and I can't find it on my phone.
That's where I saw it.
So let me answer that, ma'am. It was brought to us by the chairperson that she thought that a lot of the issues we were having inside, and Councilman Martinez can echo this, it was code-related issues. And so there was a lot of things that people believe that should be in the code that it's not. That things that are in there that we need to take out. And it becomes sometimes very heated in the discussion. We went back and talked to our city secretary and asked the question about a subcommittee, and was told, yes, we can have a subcommittee. We have not had a meeting yet. We'll set our first meeting, which there's a process for making it public and the whole 9 yards of things that we have to do or don't have to do depending on size. So we will follow the law, we'll follow the rules, but unless something else has changed. Go ahead, ma'am.
You called them a working group.
Right, they're actually called work groups, and what those are is they're when you have a committee the size of 23, or you have a committee like the hike and bike trail where they have a lot to do in a short period, you are able to break out into work groups, and they're usually 2 or 3 members of that committee, but they can accomplish a lot more, and then they bring their discussions back to the group to discuss. It just saves time, but they're just work groups.
And when you have a work group, does it have to be something that's put on the agenda for action, or can it be done without action?
They're just work groups. They're under a quorum, and they are committee members. They're not outside of that committee, so they're just little work groups within the committee.
And everything that we do, or the work group does, will come back to the committee for discussion. And if there's anything to take a vote on, it'll be taken at that time,
Correct.
Not with the committee.
So the work group wouldn't be like culling out ordinances. We don't think this ordinance is appropriate, and we're going to...
Well, the work group can make that recommendation, but the work group can't make that decision. And even the board, the Citizens Police Advisory Committee can't make that decision. It's a recommendation to come in front of y'all and say, we recommend you pass this ordinance, just like we've done with the last, I think, 6 ordinances that we've done. Those were recommendations out of the Citizens Police Advisory Committee. We had 13, I believe, things that the guys and gals of the group wanted to look at when we first discussed it after home rule. We've done about 6 of those things now, but as we get down to the bottom ones are more contentious, and that the discussion would be pretty ugly on a couple of them. And so we definitely want to have some good discussion and good facts before we go back in front of the committee and come in front of y'all.
So you haven't done that yet? You haven't used that sub-working group?
Correct. We have not.
Okay.
We'll make our first, this tomorrow, we'll schedule our first meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Very good. All right. So now we're at the consent agenda. So unless somebody wants to discuss the minutes, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda 1A?
I move that we approve it as written.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Ely to approve the regular meeting minutes of March the 6th, 2018 as written. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to agenda item number 7. These are ordinances 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And if those of you that have not been here, we have a new way of working on our council, and that is that we have to have 2 readings because of our home rule charter status. So number 7 under ordinance, this is our second reading. So we've already gotten a full explanation of each agenda item. So we usually just summarize it, and then the council is allowed to vote on it today at the second reading. And with that said, I have Sandra Posselet, our city secretary, to read the ordinance. So ordinance 7.1, Ms. Posselet, if you'll please read it.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council authorizing the acceptance of a community development block grant award in the amount of $303,000 to construct the Cades Cove Water and Sewer Main Project, authorizing a fiscal year 2017-2018 enterprise fund budget adjustment in the amount of $600,296, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing an effective date.
Okay, very good. And we have Mr. Demeline here that presented this agenda item last meeting. Are there any questions, additional comments? I know, Mr. Martinez, you did ask for a...
I just want to thank our city manager for breaking it down. And
Did get
with
that.
with the detailed explanation, it makes sense to me now, and I feel good of approving it. Before, I was a little bit leery, but thank you.
Okay. And so what is the pleasure of the council on this agenda item?
I make a motion that we accept it as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Jordan to approve the CDBG grant on Cades Cove Water and Sewer Main Project as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to agenda item 7.2. Ms. Posley, if you'll please read the ordinance.
An ordinance authorizing the acceptance of a community development block grant in the amount of $175,000 for the Hebner Timber Hill Drainage Project, authorizing a fiscal year 2017-2018 general fund budget adjustment, increase in the amount of $123,724.43 to stormwater utility fund balance, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions or discussion before we vote on agenda item number 7.2 from the council? All right.
I
May
move
have a
that we
motion?
approve item 7.2 as presented.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Edwards to approve the community development block grant of $175 for the Hebner Timber Hill project as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to ordinance number 7.3. Ms. Posley, if you'll please read the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council granting Kevin C. White Conley Builders a variance to the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 13, Tree Preservation, to exceed the 50% mitigation maximum savings, 340 to 400 total trees out of 938 trees, medium, large, and heritage, to cap the fee in lieu to a maximum of $200,000 for the tract, to waive the replacement tree requirement down to 30 to 50 total trees to be placed throughout the site as space allows, and to provide relief from the 6-inch diameter minimum replacement tree requirement, allowing for replacement trees of 3 to 4 inches in diameter on 20.98 acres of land, generally located in the 5500 to 5600 block of Grissom Road, near the corner of Grissom Road and Timber Hill Road, being all of Lot 1, Block 102, CB 4433, cottages at Timber Hill subdivision.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments on this particular ordinance as presented?
I move that we accept it.
Okay.
I second.
We have a motion by Councilor Edwards and a second by Councilor Alcacer to approve the variance to the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinance, Chapter 13, Tree Preservation as described. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to ordinance number 7.4. Ms. Posley, if you'll please read it.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, excuse me one second. Okay. City Council amending the City of Leon Valley's Code of Ordinances, Chapter 8, Offenses and Nuisances, to add Article 8.12, City Park and Recreational Area Safety Zone, providing for penalty repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Any further questions or comments on this particular ordinance as presented? Okay.
I move that we approve as read.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Ely and a second by Councilor Jordan to approve adding Article 8.12, City Park and Recreational Safety Area Zone as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Moving then to agenda item 7.5. Ms. Pasolay, if you'll please read the ordinance.
An ordinance amending the City of Leon Valley's Code of Ordinances, Chapter 5, Fire Prevention and Protection, Article 5.04, Section 5.04.001, adopted, and Section 5.04.002, amendments by adopting the International Fire Code 2018 edition with amendments.
All right. Any further questions or comments on this particular ordinance? If not, what is the pleasure of the council?
Make a motion, we approve.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Jordan and a second by Councilor Edwards to approve the adopting of the International Fire Code edition with amendments as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. And our last ordinance is ordinance number 7.6. And Ms. Postlew, if you'll please read the ordinance.
An ordinance authorizing the repeal of City Council action on June 20th, 2017, approving the placement and operation of a new pavilion at CB 4432, Block 5, Lot SE, IRRG, 150.38 feet of 10 ARB 10A, also known as 6600 Strawflower at the corner of Peachtree and Poss Roads.
All right. Any further questions or comments on this particular ordinance? All right.
I make a motion, we accept it.
All right.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Councilor Edwards and a second by Councilor Martinez to repeal the approval of the placement and operation of the pavilion at 6600 Strawflower as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving then to the regular agenda, item number 8.1, presentation and discussion on an ordinance authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with Sela Aquatics LLC in the amount of $48,000 to provide management of both city pools for the 2018 swim season and to revise the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances. Oh, you were supposed to read that.
That's okay.
Because it's the first read. See, we're still getting used to this. Doggone it. Ms. Pasolay, go ahead and read it. I'm so sorry. See, it's hard to get out of a habit of reading these agenda items. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
An ordinance authorizing the execution of an agreement with Sela Aquatics LLC in the amount of $48,000 to manage the City of Leon Valley public pools located at 6600 Strawflower and 6620 Evers Road for the 2018 swim season. Amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, Section A2.003, Municipal Park Administrative Fees, G, Swimming Pool Fees to be set by the Pool Management Company, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, very good. So this is a good example. This is a first reading, and so we will have the full presentation this evening, and then at the next City Council meeting in April, we'll have the second reading, which we just approved. So, all right, Mr. Demeline, I know y'all have been working hard, the Pool Advisory Committee and you and Rob from Louisiana and Ms. Kinsler and the whole staff, so thank you, and let's hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This evening, we have an ordinance to consider authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement in the amount of $48,000 with Sela Aquatics, and that is to manage both of our pools, the Leon Valley Pool and the Forest Oaks Pool, for the upcoming 2018 season. We would also need to revise the Code of Ordinances, Section G, Swimming Pool Fees. Some background, as you know, Sela managed both pools last year, the 2017 season. After discussions with Sela and our Pool Advisory Committee, a new contract has been negotiated. Last year, the city set the fees for membership and daily entrance to the facilities, and for the 2018 season, Sela would be setting all fees. Some provisions of this agreement: Sela would manage both pools effective for the 2018 season ending December 31st, 2018. At a minimum, our season runs from Memorial Day weekend to Labor Day weekend. The agreement would automatically renew for a full year on December 31st, 2018, unless written cancellation is sent by either party. The city is responsible for maintaining 24-hour access for SELA. We would provide water and electricity needed to run the pools. This is similar to last year. We would manage the trash and recycling, any capital expenses and equipment required to operate, and also grounds maintenance. SELA is responsible for adequate staffing of lifeguards, pool maintenance, managing the water quality, purchasing chemicals and storage, and the cost to operate and staff all programs, including the swim team, swim lessons, fitness programs, and pool parties. For revenues, all revenue generated, it will be collected and retained by SELA. As I mentioned, SELA would set the cost of admission to the public, and SELA reserves the right to offer season passes, group rates, promotional rates, and other rates. Some services that would be provided by SELA, a swim lesson program similar to last year. Registration would be completed online through their website. Management of the swim team, SELA will provide coaches, training, and oversight of the coaches. And the city agrees that SELA will operate one team between both pools. And the city will provide any necessary equipment. Also, pool parties, similar to last year, reservations will be made online through the SELA website. Food and beverage program or concessions, SELA will implement the snack bar at both pool sites, and they have been in conversations with our pool advisory committee on expanding that offering, and SELA maintains sole discretion over the program for that. Other programs, SELA can provide additional programming to the public upon written authorization by the city. I wanted to talk about the Pool Advisory Committee that was created to review pool operations and expenses, and also recommend improvements to enhance revenue and improve overall operations. The chairman, as you know, is Mr. Raymond Diaz, who is with us here this evening, and Mrs. Diaz, thank you. Mr. Diaz presented recommendations at our town hall meeting in January. Of those 9 recommendations, 7 have been completed and 2 are being worked on currently. The Pool Advisory Committee has met with Mr. Dowie, who is also with us this evening of SELA, to discuss these recommendations and the agreement. And also the agreement was vetted by the Pool Advisory Committee. The Leon Valley Code of Ordinances revision that I'd mentioned would be to Section G under fees. Swimming pool fees would be set by the city's contracted swimming pool management company, so that is that language right there. In terms of fiscal impact, the contract is $48,000. This is budgeted under the Public Works General Fund for this year. SELA agrees to share revenues per the following. The first $43,000 would 100% would go to SELA. The next $50,000, 25% of that would go to the city. The next $50,000, if we were to reach that, 35% would go to the city. And I think that's a duplicate. I apologize for that. Our recommendation is to approve this ordinance authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with SELA for our upcoming season, and also to revise our Leon Valley Code of Ordinances. Strategic goals, item 2, make improvements, investments to Remkes Park. The city pools are part of our park system. C statement, the pools add to the general quality of life for citizens and provide additional opportunities for exercise and recreation. The location of the pools could reduce the amount of automobile emissions, as our residents within that area would not have to drive to find this type of activity. And under economic development, the pools enhance amenities offered by the city to its residents, which may encourage relocation. With that, Mayor and Council, I stand for questions, and we also have Mr. Dowie here.
Very good.
Available
So
to answer any questions
we will
that you
open
may
it
have.
up. Yes, yes, sir. We'll open it up for questions, and also if there's any questions after the discussion by the council or from our citizens. Just a quick note, this is last year was our first year, and it was $92,000 to run both pools, and so it's been reduced to 43, but the
48.
48, okay, 48, okay.
That's correct.
But
Mayor.
they are going to share, they're going to get the first 100% of the first 43,000.
That's correct. Basically, that could amount to 91,000 if you were to add the 48,000 plus the 43.
Okay. Now, I have not
Mayor,
seen.
Mr. Dimmeline, just a correction, it was $96,000 last year.
It was 96.
Yes.
Okay, 96. Okay. I knew it was 90 something. I wasn't quite sure what. Now, I just haven't seen anywhere. Mr. Dowie, how are you? You're from Florida, not Florida, Louisiana. Come on up. Have y'all set your rates yet? I was just looking through the packets. I'm like, okay, how much is it going to cost me to, join and with my granddaughter? And so have y'all set those rates yet?
So right now we don't have the authority to set
Okay.
rates. So our discussion
So-
is, what we're trying to do is keep it the same price as a season pass from last year.
Okay.
But make it where they can pay it in smaller monthly fees.
Okay.
So we feel that one of the barriers to someone getting a season pass for maybe a family is that they walk in and we say, oh, if you want to buy a season pass for the whole summer, it's $200 for your family. So our goal is to break that up where it will come out in smaller payments, but
Okay.
still equal same ballpark amount.
Okay.
Along the same lines as that, having consistent rates where it's just one simple, keep it as simple as possible. It's one rate. You can't go to City Hall and get a different rate. There were a few issues with that last year. Just making it as simple as possible. And we also want to put out, well, first of all, by moving to this model, it kind of gives us more skin in the game. So selling
Right.
memberships,
You
once
have an
we-
incentive,
That's
definitely.
right. So that's right. Last year, we were basically just staffing the pool. And so we're agreeing to move more into we will go out and try to get people to do memberships. One of the first things we want to do is we want to send out a mailer to everyone in the neighborhood saying, join by this date, get this discount.
Great.
I think one of the biggest perks of us being able to set fees, an example of that not working last year is we did not put the water aerobics in the ordinance originally, and then everyone, we got to June, wanted it. We had to put it in the agenda for a city council meeting. By the time it got approved, it was July. That ship had sailed. So if someone comes to us and says, hey, we want to do a canoeing class in your pool, we want to be able to say, we're gonna have this program, and this is the rate that we believe is going to get the most people in the door. So it gives us the ability to do that. Also gives us the ability to say join before this date or on this, we want to do a free open house at the beginning of the year. We want to say anyone come try out the pool, do a membership drive that day. In the past, we couldn't do that without coming to the council, and it kind of slowed that down.
Okay, but all of the fees now are going through you, CELA. It's going to be all online?
That's right. Well, they'll be able to do it at the pool.
They can do it at the
yeah.
pool?
Oh, yes.
Okay. But they can't go to City Hall and pay? Is that right? Like they did last year? That's different.
Last year, we had, I want to say, maybe 30 people.
That did that?
To City Hall.
Okay.
30 families. That's just what they knew. And those papers would get scanned to us, and before they were entered into our membership system, it could have been 5, 6, 7 days. And so they'd come to the pool, and there was always this lag where we would have to say, are you, everyone would say I joined. And then we'd later find out that maybe they didn't actually join.
Okay. Now, will we have a link on our website to people can just go to quick links and go to CELA, and they'll be able to enroll?
Yes, Mayor, we'll have that again. It'll be a link that will go straight to the CELA pool fees and website.
All right. Well, I certainly appreciate the reduction in the contract. I think that's great with the way we've set it up this year. I'm just wanting a question for Mr. Dimline. What is the city's, I know you had the city's responsibility of water and electricity and maintenance. What is that estimate of cost for the citizens to assume that responsibility in our budget?
So our utilities ran last year about 10,000.
For the season?
But yes,
Okay.
for the season. Yes, Mayor.
So 10,000 for the utilities, and then the maintenance is just built within our zones where we
Yes,
mow
basically how we
according to
handle
the schedule.
the maintenance is our right-of-way maintenance, our mowing. We put that on a schedule, so we
Okay.
keep that maintained through Public Works.
Okay,
And
very
then
good.
Rob's staff will call us if, for instance, a toilet breaks or any type of building
Okay.
maintenance is required. That goes through Public Works, and so we would make those repairs. And then when we would, we've been coming back in the fall to provide a pool report. We provide those numbers as well
Okay.
for the revenues and then the expenses.
Okay, all right. And I believe I read in the packet that you're going to try to hire as many local Leon Valleyites as possible for the pools.
That was a
if you can.
recommendation by the Pool Advisory Committee, and I know they met with Mr. Dowie about that.
Okay.
And I think he's.
I mean, the staff last year, other than the guy who we sent, the regional manager,
Mhm.
were all from either San Antonio or Leon Valley. We also pretty much hired anyone who applied and was certified.
Okay.
So we didn't turn any locals away.
Mhm.
I'll just say
Okay.
that.
All right, good.
The certification's a
Sure.
pretty difficult barrier to getting an employee. We actually, if they finish the season, we give them a refund for that certification. So if they
Mhm.
come and work for us, they pay, they get certified. If they finish, they get that money back. That's actually one of the ways we get people to finish the season.
Sure.
I do want to say one
Yes,
more
sir.
thing. Last year, the RFB or
P.
whatever was put out last
RFP.
year, it said, here are the hours, here, it's very rigid.
Mhm.
This will give us the flexibility, and we've already worked through this with the advisory committee.
Mhm.
For instance, instead of closing both pools on Monday,
Mhm.
we're going to close one on Monday and another one on Tuesday.
Okay.
So that there's always, every day of the week, there's one pool open. They'll switch schedules. We'll also be able to, with one swim team, we'll be able to offer morning practices at one pool and afternoon at the other. So if you can't go because you're working, you can just go a mile down the road and participate in that swim team. Whereas last year, I believe both teams practiced in the morning, but they were operated by two separate entities. So bringing that together also will give us a more competitive team. And that's pretty much the only thing that we have jumped the gun on, waiting for this whole negotiation to play out, is that the league made the schedule because we swim other pools in the area. And so they contacted us and said, what's the deal? And we said, plan on having one team. We'll let you know if the council decides that that's not going to be the case. But that schedule has already come out, and the league that we're a part of is counting on one consolidated team.
Okay,
So
very
if
good.
we change that, then we just need to let the league know.
Okay. And will you also have a full-time staff manager for both pools?
Okay, we'll have a pool manager for each pool.
Oh, for each pool?
Right.
Okay, very
each
good.
one will have a
Each
pool
one will have
The
its
other
own
thing was,
manager.
for instance, the contract said you have to have 3 guards at each pool. There were times where we needed 4, and there were other times where we could use 2.
Okay.
And so there's a little more of a common sense approach. We count every 15 minutes how many people are in the baby pool, the deck, and the big pool, and we plot that. So we know Tuesdays in June, this is what we expect. And so using that data, we know when to schedule 4 versus when to schedule 2 or when to go level. Whereas when we're following a bid, you have to be really specific and follow exactly what the specs
Certainly.
are. Yeah.
So it sounds like you've got a lot more flexibility this season.
Or if it's storming at
Yes.
6:30, and we know that it says 100% chance of rain for the next hour and a half, we're not just staying there waiting because we don't want to email the city manager asking them for permission to close an hour and a half
Okay,
early.
very good.
Which is pretty
All
much
right.
the only way that can happen.
Sure.
So we didn't really close it early at all last year.
Okay.
So more
Very
efficiency,
good.
which is good, I think, for
Yes.
everyone. Yep.
Well, I'm going to be curious to see how it all comes out, but I think it's a good plan. I just want to again thank the Pool Advisory Committee under the leadership of Mr. Diaz, Raymond Diaz, and Mr. Demeline, and Councilor Alcacer. She was also very active in the committee, and thank you, Councilor, and of course our city manager and city attorney for the contract. So a lot of hard work and effort went into it, and of course the citizens that participated at the town hall meeting, they gave us some good feedback, so we do appreciate that. All right. Any other questions? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I have a question in regarding the swim team. Last year, the swim team, the Marlins, were very vocal. Are you going to are planning on working with the Marlins this year, or how's it going to, has that been discussed?
We, Ms. Gabriel has been to a couple of the pool advisory committee meetings, and she did express that she would not be, or there would not be a Marlin team this season. So I think if we were to move forward with SELA in the agreement, they make reference to managing a team. So that's where we are currently with that. And so I guess there would be opportunity for a combination team for this season.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be possible to keep the name since it's been around forever?
So, then we'd have to ditch
Yeah,
the Leon
the
Valley
frogs,
So we have the
exactly.
frogs,
Uh-huh,
and we have the
yeah,
Marlins.
and the Forest Oaks wouldn't like that.
Together, we don't.
That's
I mean,
right.
We could be like the,
We could be
the
frogs,
Marlin
Marlins.
frogs.
Yeah.
We could have blue and we
Yeah.
can be fancy. Daniel, who was the coach last year, he actually suggested doing some sort of competition with the kids on the team to come up with maybe not necessarily this season, but moving forward with some sort of consolidated Leon Valley team where it's not a Forest Oaks team and a community pool team.
Yeah.
That used to be the rival between the two, but kind of moving in the direction of, oh, look, it's all one Leon Valley public swim team.
I think that's good.
Okay, I think that should be a committee decision.
Right, I agree with that.
Yes. Dr. Edwards.
It sounds like my concern is to keep it affordable, and so it sounds like that's the direction you're going, and that's a good idea, I think, to make it feasible for families to pay less over a longer period of time. And I know there was some sort of controversy last year about the age of children and who could be present at the pool and who needed to be with them. Has that been resolved, or is that up to you? Or
So I believe we actually kept the policy of the city, and we just rolled with what the city had. I actually don't even, that age changes.
It was 16, I think, 12, and then we moved it up to 16, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so,
And no
that's
noodles.
something that we could, we could actually review the check-ins of the pool last year and see what was happening. Were those kids being accompanied by adults? I have no problem with moving it down to 12. I think that you go much younger than 12, it becomes a daycare, which we don't want to have. But someone has got to be able to, if something happens at the pool and it's storming and there's no shelter, which at the community pool there's not, what do we do with that child? Right. Whereas at Forest Oaks, we can just say, hey, let's go inside, take shelter. But when you're in that, you can't just say all the kids gather in the lifeguard closet. So it's a little complicated. We want to make it where people can come to the pool without their parent, but we want to do it as safely as possible. I think the actual problem had to do with people. The age that we had for the flotation devices, that was really the controversy. Well, I explained that to the mayor and to the committee. We actually allow flotation devices like noodles and floaties if the parent is with them or if they're over 12 years old. So if the parent is in the water and they want their kid to be in floaties, which can pop, that's fine. If they're not going to be in the water with them, we provide them a free puddle hopper they can just use. So if someone shows up and the parent's not in the water with their 8-year-old, we don't want them just taking a noodle to the deep end and hoping it goes well. We say, hey, buddy, come give us that noodle. We're going to put you in a puddle hopper. And the puddle hopper is a Coast Guard approved flotation device. That was really the most controversial thing.
well, I think some families, they had maybe an older son or daughter, maybe he was 14 or 15, and the way the ages were set up initially, the older child couldn't take the younger kids with them, and so it posed a problem. But I think it was adjusted last summer.
Right, so we tried to roll with what was already given to us. The policies that when we walked into the pool, we tried to make as much of that work as possible. But as we encountered problems, I want to say we talked to David and Melinda like 3 times a week to try to hash all that out. I mean, originally there was no alcohol allowed at the pools, and we took that from the city policy. That was not flying at Forest Oaks. And so we revised that policy like 1 week into June. And we basically told our staff, listen, if this becomes a problem, just call the police. You're the lifeguard, you're not the bouncer. And we actually didn't have any problems with it. So.
Very good. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Counselor Jordan.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. One of the issues that was, one of the concerns from last year was lifeguards getting their actual break instead of manning the front entrance. Will there be staffing designated for processing people that want to come into the pool and then allowing the lifeguard to actually take their 15-minute break?
So they,
or whatever the break amount is.
yeah, so short answer, yes. By having that extra pool manager, we're going to put that pool manager on the busy times. So the times where it's constant action, you have someone that can just, where the lifeguard can go into the clubhouse or can step out, go get lunch, get Starbucks, whatever they're going to do. We really, there's going to be days where we just have to put 5 people on and rotate that break around. But you know, everything that happened last year was done in compliance. You know, it's following the law. People work a 5-hour shift and they work 5 hours. Now, if they're going to work a double shift, you know, they're obviously entitled to those breaks with the Fair Labor Standards Act. But the direction that we're moving with this, kind of like to be very specific to the question, is having an on-duty person outside of the rotation that can handle customer issues, so the lifeguards don't necessarily have to be the front line of defense, but also work, you know, handling, accepting cash and selling food. However, the lifeguards, especially during slow times, will still be doing those duties. So there's not a full-time permanent person that's going to be in addition to the staff. There's just not the funds. You know, that would be, that's a lot of money.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And also, I was wondering about what's the hours going to be for the swimming pool?
So right now, the plan is to keep it the same, except change the days. One of the suggestions that actually the staff has suggested up to us, some of those lifeguards who live here, have been to maybe instead of doing 12 to 8 at both pools, maybe doing one from 10 to 6 and another one from 12 to 8, and also suggested adding on like a weekend extra, like an extended hour on a Friday at one pool and on a Saturday at the other. So ultimately, when this all plays out and everything's authorized and we know that we're going to have revenue from certain things, we're going to put all that into our budget and we'll send it out, you know, we'll get it to Mr. Diaz, we'll get it to David, run everything. Before we send out like a mailer, you know, once we send out a mailer, that's the final hours, okay?
Right.
So we're not going to say, here's the pool hours, never mind, we changed our mind, we're not making money. What we announce is what we're going with, unless we want to add something to it. So we might later on say, we're going to add an extra hour on Saturdays. But all that will be screened with city staff and Mr. Diaz.
Okay. I was thinking about the picnic area for the, this is for the city manager, I think, perhaps Maribel, but the picnic area, I thought that was going to, maybe we had some discussion in reference to renting that out with the community center and the other areas for people that wanted to have birthday parties and picnics and so forth. So I was wondering how that might work with the swimming pool hours, or would that be an issue in the future coming up, sharing that space?
I think he's meaning the Forest Oaks community pool that's attached, room that's
Forest Oaks.
attached to the
I'm
pool.
thinking,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that should be an issue, the city renting that back room.
We actually talked about this in the advisory committee, and the plan was that whoever books on the city side, whoever the staff member is on the city side that books that room, along with the pool manager of Forest Oaks, will share a calendar, so that before anyone books the other one, they know that the date's either available or not at that time. So we'll make sure that our staff member collaborates with maybe like a shared Google Calendar, because we'll be booking it for pool parties. That's an add-on at Forest Oaks. A lot of people say, I want to have a pool party at the other pool, and then they find out there's no place to do the pool party, like if it, we were to do the cake, right? And so we suggest Forest Oaks, And we would just make sure that that date's available with that shared calendar.
Okay, so that answers my question. There will be a shared space between SELA and the city in the event that we want to.
So we will have nothing to do with it for if people want to have like a shower or non-pool related birthday party. That's totally up to you. And the discussion that we had in the advisory committee was whoever books it first, that date's just taken, and we just tell the customer, I'm sorry, the date's not available. It's already reserved.
Okay, and finally, Madam Mayor, just
Sure.
I think the wording is something to the effect that SELA has sole authority on some of these issues. If we could just get maybe a quarterly report or something on the progress of how things are going throughout the season, then I think that would be great.
Okay, well, the season's quite short, so what would you suggest, Rob? When would you like to come back to give us a report before the end of the season? Maybe in August? First meeting in
I would say
August?
let's let the swim team season end, which is
Okay.
mid-July.
Okay.
Because that's kind of when all the crazy, there's kind of two parts of the summer.
Sure.
There's swim team season and then not swim team season. And so if we can maybe, as soon as swim team's done, whatever the next council meeting is
Okay.
after that, I can come on out here and do an update with all the stats.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Any other questions? I was just thinking of one other concern that I had heard in the meeting, and that's concessions. Are you going to broaden the food choice? I know that's all up to you now, but that was one of the recommendations I thought I heard from the pool advisory.
They recommended it, and we are working to do that.
Okay.
So things like Dippin' Dots instead of just like little icy pops, getting some microwavable hot dogs that we don't need a permit for. The key things are we have to be consistent between the two pools.
Sure.
So we really don't want to have a situation where one pool is getting a service that the other one's not, which is an equipment issue because Forest Oaks for years they've had the whole setup, whereas the other facility had a vending machine. And so now that they're both under the same umbrella, bringing them in line, and we took the first steps with that. So last year we asked the city if they could put a refrigerator at the other pool so we could start selling drinks at the other pool. People were asking for different drinks than what were in the vending machine. Had a freezer on top, so we sold some ice cream. We took those steps, and we've already been working on like maybe getting a microwave to make sure both pools have a microwave. Someone even said that one pool might have 2 microwaves right now, so they might just be able to move it over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Very good. I just was remembering that. All right. Are there any other questions from the council? All right. Any questions from our citizens or guests this evening on the pool issue? We will not take a vote this evening, so we want to get your questions or concerns this evening before we vote on it next meeting. Okay. Well, very good. Thank you again to everyone. Thank you, Rob, for coming from Louisiana, and we will again vote on this at the next city council meeting. All right. Now, moving on, this is not an ordinance, so I can read number 8.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with the Leon Valley Historical Society for the 2018 Bear County Tricentennial event. And Ms. Kinsler, welcome back, and you will be presenting this agenda item. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you. The purpose of this item, there we go. The purpose of this item is to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with the Historical Society for the Tricentennial celebration event that's going to be held at the Huebner Onion Homestead on May the 26th. As I announced earlier, there are going to be events, Tricentennial events happening throughout the month of May in Bear County, and actually even there's some in June and in April, but the heavy focus is in May. So the purpose of each of the entities in putting on this ice cream social is that the Leon Valley Historical Society will do the ice cream social celebration, which means that includes the ice cream and the utensils and bowls and whatever else they do. They will have pioneer and local history presentations. They will have public exhibits, a ceremonial event for the Bear County Tricentennial celebration itself right there at the homestead. They will bring in portable toilets for public use. They will have music, a DJ there, the ice cream I already mentioned, and historical tours. The City of Leon Valley agrees to, in this contract, basically utilize two of our resources. One of them is the police department to assist with security, and that's primarily helping attendees cross Bandera so that they can get to the homestead. And then our public works area would be responsible for mowing the area prior to the event, providing table and chair setups if it was necessary. I think the Historical Society has not determined whether or not that's going to be necessary. Assist in removing the fence on the south side of the property and open it up for public use. And then our Public Works Department would replace that south fence once the event concluded. The city's final responsibility would be coordinating the drop-offs and the pickups with via to and from the site. C statement, it brings historical and cultural opportunities to our citizens in the surrounding area, which should deepen the appreciation of our roots. Bringing one of these tricentennial events to Leon Valley allows the city to showcase the historical homestead, and environmentally it preserves and promotes the historic structure, allowing citizens to see how the pioneers lived, which included environmental initiatives. The fiscal impact, you've already budgeted for this. You budgeted $15,000 for it in FY18, so the funds are already allocated. They would go to the Historical Society, and they would actually be the ones that put on the entire event. But the city is a co-sponsor of the event, and so under this agreement, we would utilize our Public Works resources for the mowing and possible table and chair setup and that fence removal. And then we would use the police department in the form of security and primarily in assistance in helping across Bandera Road. So the fiscal impact from us should not include overtime. It will just include taking our city resources to assist with this project. The contract is in your packet. I would recommend approving the contract as, personally, as the city manager. We have a 4th of July event coming up right around the corner from this that we're already working hard on. So to be able to allocate this $15,000 to the Historical Society, punt it to them, and let them do the event minus the couple of city resources that they need, would be helpful to the city of Leon Valley. It's an event that they're interested in putting on. So that's why I would recommend approval of the contract.
Thank you.
Would that help stand for questions?
Yes, okay. Thank you, Ms. Kinsler. I know we have several Historical Society board members here. Would y'all like to add to what Ms. Kinsler said, and then we'll ask our questions? Good evening and welcome.
Hi, thank you. I want to recognize Ruth Lyle and Irene Baldridge and Shirley Owen and Carol Poss, who are all on the board of directors of the Historical Society. And we've all been working very hard to organize this event and meeting weekly now.
And you're Kathy Hill.
Get ready, and I'm Kathy Hill.
Okay, good.
Yes. I do have a little something. We don't have to, or I can just kind of talk it through. What's your pleasure?
Well, go ahead. Yeah, put it in. You went to all that trouble. We do appreciate that.
Very small.
Okay, very good.
I just don't have any more reports. Oh, really?
Uh-oh.
Well, some of you may remember that this is an event that the Historical Society has done in the city of Leon Valley in the past. And as we got into a mode of raising more money, we started doing a 5K, and it was just too difficult for us to do both a 5K and the Pioneer Ice Cream Social, but because they were so close to each other. But this opportunity with Bexar County and the city of San Antonio just presented a really unique opportunity for us to be able to do this event, bring it back for old time's sake, and show off our homestead and our city to its best light. And so it is on Memorial Day weekend. It is on the 26th. It will be held on the grounds of the Huebner Onion Homestead and Stagecoach Stop It is a officially sanctioned SA 300 event. We are an official partner in the SA 300 activities with the City of San Antonio, and that includes Bexar County as well. And so we're going to have, we've already got a number of things that have been organized, but just kind of looking at what our schedule is, the event is from 10 o'clock in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And we'll have live music, we'll have live dancing demonstrations. So right now we have the Leon Ballet Folklorico, and we have the Fire on the Mountain Cloggers, and we have the Tennessee Valley Authority, which is a bluegrass band, and we have I think we have a jazz band that's coming in, and one or two other bands that are going to be performing. We will have old-fashioned activities for the kids, so like an egg race and a potato sack race and the three-legged race and watermelon eating, and we'll do prizes for the kids.
Great.
And then we're going to do games and activities. So we're going to do either corn husk or rag doll making. So the kids get to practice, get to do some crafting. They're going to make butter. We don't have a churn, but we have kind of a similar sort of, to give them the idea of this is how butter is actually made and how much work it goes. And then coloring activities. We have our own Leon Valley history coloring book, so they'll be able to color. And then all day, we'll be doing homestead tours. We'll be doing natural area tours. We have an authentic stagecoach that is coming in. It's going to be parked right in front of the homestead. You can come and get your picture taken with the stagecoach. We'll have blacksmithing demonstrations. We'll have quilting from the San Antonio Quilt Guild. The Northside School Museum will be there to talk about, the history of Northside School District that started in Leon Valley. And then we've got other displays as well. I know we're going to do one more. Thank you. That's what I've got, the racing pigeons, vintage cars, the cane press, which is a molasses press. And then just more, like we're working on more stuff. We want a really full-packed day of activities there at the homestead and spilling out into the Triangle Park. And hopefully it's going to be beautiful weather and nice and shady. We also have living history costume characters. And then, this should have been 2 lines. So ice cream and then food trucks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is the San Antonio Conservation Society helping you this year? I know at one of the ice cream socials, I think they brought the ice cream.
They have, and we've been talking with them about a number of things, but we don't have them lined in yet. We do have Jefferson Bank has come on as a sponsor as well, and so we'll be reaching out to some other folks to help out with this as well. But we definitely want to involve all the preservation and historic-minded organizations. May is National Historic Preservation Month, so that's one of the main reasons why we wanted to do this in May, because it ties in with all of that. And we just think it's a really great way to showcase our community. So we'll be inviting our state representatives, we'll be inviting our county commissioners, we'll be inviting lots of elected officials and people who we want to show off what we do so well here, and we want to impress them with our homestead, and we want to kind of get them invested in the restoration of our homestead.
Very good. All right. Excellent. I can't wait. Any questions for either Kathy Hill or our city manager on the agenda item before you? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
When it comes to the actual contract, is the date going to be the next council meeting, or is it going to stay February 20th?
February 20th? No.
20th day of February 2018. This agreement is made as of the 20th day of February 2018.
Mayor, Councilor Martinez, as soon as you approve it, that'll actually be the date of the agreement.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Just checking.
We can definitely vote. This is outside the home rule, so we can vote on this evening. So.
Oh, we can?
Yes, definitely.
Then I make a motion, we approve this as presented.
Okay. Oh, we have some questions. All right. All righty. Very good. Ms. Joseph, good evening and welcome back.
I didn't hear in the contract, who's going to be responsible for cleanup? Is that written or?
Mayor, Council, Ms. Joseph, the Historical Society will be responsible for cleanup.
Okay.
Except the Public Works will put the fence back and pick up the table and chairs if necessary. That is in the contract.
And will they pick up the trash bags, the Public Works, or will y'all be doing that?
Well, I was under the impression that we would be responsible
Okay,
for that.
very
so,
good. All right, just clarifying.
I mean, you know.
All right. All right, yes.
I had a couple
Counselor-
of questions. Is there going to
Counselor
be an
Robinson.
accounting for the funds?
Yes, there will be.
And is the ice cream going to be free?
The ice cream's going to be free.
All right.
And the event is free, right?
The event is free admission, yes.
Admission, okay.
But we anticipate that there will be some things there, you know, available for sale, like commemorative T-shirts and maybe a poster and, you know, just kind of, and, you know, and the food trucks too. So there'll be, you know, stuff like that. Mhm. Yes, our Fiesta medals, all that.
Okay, great. Very good. All right. We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Edwards to approve this contract with the Historical Society in the City of Leon Valley for the tricentennial event. Any further discussion? I think we've had it, so let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Kathy, and the Historical Society and the city for working on this. I think it's going to be a great event and great day. All right, looking forward to it. Then moving on to agenda item number 8.3, discuss and consider possible action for an in-kind grant by the San Antonio Sunrise Rotary for a Texas Hold'em fundraiser. And we have Maribel Mendoza
Good evening, Mayor
to
and Council.
present. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you.
You bet.
So we received an in-kind grant request for the San Antonio Sunrise Rotary, requesting the use of our conference center from Saturday, May 19th from 1 p.m. to 11 p.m. The event features their 7th annual Texas Hold'em tournament to raise funds for the 4 organizations stated below. They requested a waiver of the security, cleaning fees, and facility fees. This event is open to the public and will include catered food as well as free beer and wine. So it is open to the public, and there's a $50 entry fee for players as well as a $15 fee for non-players. The in-kind grant committee, comprised of myself, Ms. Crystal Caldera, Ms. Sandy Underwood, and Ms. Melinda Moritz, reviewed the request and is forwarding it to you as an affirmative recommendation. The points required are a minimum of 20, and this request scored 22 out of the 30. Please note, on September 19th of 2017, the City Council voted to require a deposit, no longer waive cleanup cost, no longer waive security, and add a setup fee, which would be the same as a cleanup fee, and do not waive the fee at the discretion of each application coming to Council. So Council having the discretion to modify as the situation warrants. And this is why we have it on our regular agenda instead of consent.
Okay.
So the physical impact, if approved, the grant would waive total fees of $1,061. And though we have our detailed pricing there for security, cleaning fees, and what the rental fees would cost. The event does align with our C statement. It supports collaborative participation with Leon Valley stakeholders as well as economic development, encouraging promoting the city, and creates positive branding for the city. It also aligns with our strategic goals of economic development, again, which encourages promoting the city and creates positive branding for the city of Leon Valley. The committee forwards a recommendation of approval to Council with a score of 22 out of 30. City Council's discretion to waive rental, security, and cleanup fees.
Okay.
Our applicants are present if there are any questions.
Right. And can you please, I know it's, oh, she's not here. She moved.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe Ms.
Sanchez
Claire
left.
Sanchez had to leave
Yes, I
early,
was going
but
to say, I
there are some
I had
representatives.
already met her at the beginning of the meeting. I said, where is she? Okay.
ma'am.
Very good. If y'all come up and just introduce yourselves, and then if there's any questions that you might could answer, I'd appreciate it. We did, I believe we had the event here last year, didn't we not? Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And we've been
Oh,
having it here.
yes. Come on to the podium and so that we're recording. And would you state your name?
My name is Kathy White.
Yes, ma'am. And,
Tracy Alanis.
okay, very good. Thank you.
Anyway, we've been having this event here for the last, I think, 6 years. And we asked for a waiver last year and got it. And then we made some donations back to the people in the city of Leon Valley. We really enjoy the facility. A lot of the people that come also enjoy it and have, since it's now repetitive, we're trying to also grow it, because I think we made about $4,200. So it's not, I mean, there's only like 9 of us in this little Rotary. So it's one of our main money makers. So I don't know, Tracy,
Right.
do you have?
It's our major fundraiser. You'll recall we were here last year, and we were generous enough to waive all the fees. And we were so successful last year that we were able to make a $1,000 donation to, I think it's New Smash?
Yes.
The nonprofit branch of Leon Valley Dance Studio that operates here for your children. So, no guarantees, but we have beefed up our advertising this year. You can buy tickets through Eventbrite, so that's new to us, and up our website, so we're very optimistic.
Okay, and last year, did the council waive, just because I can't remember what we did last year, but did the council waive all the fees last year, or did we just? We did, okay, all right. Okay, I think that's and so you gave, out of the 4,200, you gave 1,000 back to the community, New Smash, so, and the balance is just your operating?
We gave out 2 scholarships.
Oh, 2 scholarships.
Obligated to fund the South San Antonio High School Interact Club, which of course is not inside.
Okay.
Our side,
And so 2 scholarships for college?
College.
Okay, very good. Okay, and what is the amount of those scholarships?
1,000 each.
1,000 each. Okay, very good. All righty. Any questions then from the council regarding this in-kind grant application? Yes, Councilor Alcacer.
Prior to last year, though, you paid all the fees, isn't that correct?
We did.
Okay, and we've since, did they make you aware when you applied that we have since required security and cleanup fees be paid?
Yes, we were.
We're aware.
But you still want them waived?
We'll pay them if.
Well, it's up to your discretion.
That's right.
Well,
We're here to argue our
I think
case,
they
but-
should, I think we should stick to what, because part of what Rose is, you're coming from the south side, and that was really the first time you contributed to Leon Valley. You did write a nice thank you note. That we appreciated very much. That was, you're one of the only ones that has done that. So that was particularly nice. But because of things like this, we purposely changed our guidelines for it. And I was looking at some of the way you were being evaluated, and definitely it was not consistent and probably shouldn't have been done to the point that it was, that you're not a Leon Valley entity, and you were marked as, or given major credit for that. But anyway, I think you're a good agency, but I think that we should stick to our plan that we're requiring the cleanup and security fees. I think that's a necessity because Leon Valley needs it for what they give out, and I think it's why we made that change. So I'm glad you're aware of it.
Okay, but waive the rental fee.
And I don't have a problem with waiving the
Okay.
rental fee with
All
what
right.
they've been doing.
Okay, very good. I just wanted that clarification. Yes, Councilor Edwards.
Who received the college scholarships? Was it citywide or?
Generally, we've asked the San Antonio
Area Foundation.
Area
to
Foundation.
do
Oh, okay.
To try to keep it to Rotarian, to try to keep it to South San, or a
Interact
needy.
Club
Yeah.
members. And we work, the South San Antonio High School Interact Club works closely with the Interact Club that is over there at the not Health Careers. Either, I'm sorry.
The Area Foundation selects the the recipients?
We were
At the
doing it
Winston School-
ourselves, yeah.
At the Winston School, they have a very large Interact club there, very successful, and so those two organizations work together quite frequently. And I'm not sure if the Winston School is in your, but it's close.
Close.
It's close. It's by the medical center, yeah.
And we meet on 410 and Blanco, so we're sort of representative of all San Antonio. But we have enjoyed your facility so much, and hope we're bringing in good people who spend some money here. We're gassing out, getting snacks on the way in and out.
There you go.
What are the fees that you're asking them to pay? How much is that?
About 600.
1,061.
No.
It's $365.
Yes, 365.
The security, yeah. I see what
Okay,
you're
so
saying,
that
yeah.
wouldn't radically cut into the
200,
profit.
220, and 145.
And 145.
Okay.
Yes, Counselor Jordan.
So, I don't know who actually gets the grants. You just hand the money over to the San Antonio Area Foundation, and they don't report out.
Last year, we controlled who they went to. They went to Interact students.
Okay, Interact.
No, yes, at South San.
Okay, it sounds like.
To be honest, we are having a little, with the San Antonio Area Foundation, we have to call them and almost beg them to get the name and find out if they've done it. I think we're so small. They've got so much other monies and big, so.
Did you ever use the Piper Foundation, the San Antonio Area Scholarship Clearinghouse?
No, we'll have to look into that, because we're thinking, well, we shouldn't be airing things here.
Right,
Anyway.
exactly.
Yeah, I'm familiar with
The bottom line is, for whatever reason, the foundation did not distribute the scholarships. We found out that none had been given out, and so we found some qualified Interact students who needed the money. We didn't want to not give it out.
Certainly, okay. Yes, please continue.
Yeah, I understand
Counselor
that.
Jordan.
I appreciate that. I'm familiar with Under the Bridge, the ministry there, but the Blue Santa, is that just for
That's the
people?
police have.
I'm familiar with the program, but was the money spent just on the south side, or
No.
San Antonio Police, or did you give some to Leon Valley Police, or?
We just give it to them. We buy a lot of toys and stuff.
Right.
And we give it to them, and they give it to whoever they think is needy. Now, where they do it, we don't stipulate. They're just, it's like giving to some of the other toys, Toys for Tots and things of this nature. They usually have a group that they know who needs and who doesn't.
So is the police department?
Has a Blue Santa.
Right.
And they come to talk to the Rotary, and then we collect monies or toys for them. We give it to them, and since they do work with the community citywide, and to be honest, that's the city of San Antonio. You're right. It is not the police from Leon Valley, but.
Okay, children, I understand. All right, Madam Mayor, thank you.
All right, yes, Counselor Ely.
I think we have taken into consideration some of the other organizations who come from outside Leon Valley for fee waiver. But I think we also look at what they contribute to the community. And, in terms of, we're going to give you a pass, but what are you going to give us in return? You need to get in the door first. You don't have the money until you make the money, but then what are you going to give us in return? And hopefully you would look at it that way. And we do have a Blue Santa program here, very popular and very needed. And we're very happy that our community has become very involved with it. But besides that, we do have children here in our community who would be needing scholarships as well, and who could use that helping hand. So that might be something else, to not just say, we're giving it to just somebody who came up to us, but we have a purpose here in Leon Valley, and we're giving you something. Let's get something in return.
These are all good points, and we will look at them. We wish we could give more scholarships, to be honest. As far as I'm concerned, all the Rotary money, I'd like it to go to scholarships. But sometimes it's also very difficult to get the information out there, because even when we were trying with some of the schools, whoever they have, their counselors have to tell the people about it. And sometimes it just doesn't get to the right people.
Well, one of the incentives, if you give us that opportunity to have it here again, is that we could have the communications from NISD put out the word at the schools and say, bring your parents in. Some of this money is going to come back to children here, and they'll promote a lot here in the vicinity.
Right. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you for those answering those questions posed by the counselors. All right. So, what is the consensus here on the council as far as the fees are in front of you?
So I move that we waive only the rental fees for this Rotarian group, and they pay the security and the cleaning fees.
All right. We have a motion by Ms. Alcacer to waive the rental fees, but require the Rotarians to pay the security and cleaning fees.
I'll second that.
All right. We have a second by Councilor Ely. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you very much. We appreciate y'all being here, and good luck on your fundraiser this year in May. Very good. All right, moving then to item 8.4, discuss and consider possible action on an in-kind grant request by Project MASH for use of the community center at 6727 Evers Road for a charity dance showcase. And again, we have Maribel Mendoza here to present. And again, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So they used to be called New Smash, but they changed their name to Project Smash.
Project Smash.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
very good.
So
Thank
this event, Project Smash is requesting the use of the community center Sunday, May 20th from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. The event features Project Smash Kids' Spring Showcase for charity, which serves as a fundraiser for Project Smash to cover costs of dance lessons for the less fortunate families. They requested to waive the facility, the rental fees, cleaning, electrical, stage setup, and security fees. The event showcases young ballet, hip-hop, and break dancers from ages 3 to 14. This is also open to the public, which suggested $10 donation for adults and $5 for children. Again, please note the council has the discretion to modify as the situation warrants. The in-kind grant committee, which is comprised of myself, Ms. Caldera, Ms. Underwood, as well as Ms. Melinda Moritz, reviewed the request and is forwarding an affirmative recommendation. The points required are a minimum of 20, and the request scored 20 out of 30. SMASH has paid the deposit to hold the date for the event, but they are requesting a waiver of this fee. The physical impact, if approved, the grant would waive a total amount of $982, and those are the fees broken down. This event does align with our C statement, as well as our strategic goals for economic development. The committee forwards a recommendation of approval to council with a score of 20 out of 30. City Council's discretion to waive deposit, rental, security, cleanup, and setup fees. Also, our Mr. Roberto Roman is present for any questions.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Roberto. And your last name?
Roman?
Roman.
Oh, Romero.
Roberto Romero. Okay. And who else do we have next to you?
She's our
Miss
outreach
Mari.
program manager.
Okay. Very good.
First off, I would like to thank the members of the Rotary Club because they are the ones that we were here last year and they made that donation. And by them
That's
doing
great.
that, I want to bring up the numbers, is that we were able to provide 10 scholarships to kids that cannot afford dance classes, and also we have an outreach program which we can provide classes to to shelters and kids' homes. So for 3 months. So the funds that you provided us for that, I want to personally thank you for giving that last year. And also too, for last year, that because we were approved by the council, we were able to provide 10 scholarships for kids that cannot afford, and also provide 4 months of dance lessons to shelters where we go and provide dance classes to them. So that is our number one thing that we do, and we just provide therapy through dance and fitness. So I'm open for any questions. I'm more than happy to answer them.
Very good. And where are you located?
We're located in 6883 Bandera Road. We just moved. We were there across the street at 6709. We were there for 6 years. Right now, we just moved to a bigger location, which I would like to also thank the members here of the occupancy certificate, all the people. I had to do all that transition.
Community development.
I was stressed out, I'll be honest with you. But those, that office really helped me, and I would really thank them personally here for the job and effort that they did and the professionalism that they had in that office.
Okay, very good. So is that a shopping center that you're located in?
Yes. We have
one of the shop.
We have a center. I mean, a lot, I guess. I mean, just
We're at the end of at the end of the building. It's like a shopping strip.
Okay.
Mall, and we're at the very end of it. Where the where the Carville skating rink is at. We're on the opposite end of it.
I knew you were right over here at Savings Square, right?
You can throw a rock.
Yeah, exactly. But I hadn't. Yeah. Okay, so you moved down. Okay, at the end of the Carville.
Right behind Leslie's Pool Supplies.
Okay. All
so
right.
yes, we actually just moved, like not even a month ago. So now we're just thankful and grateful just for the opportunity to keep growing Project Smash and helping the Leon Valley community.
Okay, and this is also a fundraiser, correct?
It's a fundraiser.
So how is that going to work? You're not going to serve a meal, right?
No, we know it's all through. Basically, we have students that come and take class, right?
Okay.
They do performances for their parents and family.
Okay.
So they gain for the showcase. Yes.
Oh no, I'm just listening.
you're-
I'm just
sorry,
using my
I thought you were
hands.
about to say
That's
something.
no. I'm just trying to figure out.
Your hands
I use
a
my
lot.
hands a lot. Yeah, sorry.
Usually what they, we go by sessions. So for about 4 months, they come to class, they learn the choreography.
Okay.
At the end of that time, that's when they go and present to their parents and their family. And that's where there's a showcase or a recital, which is more like a bigger venue. But for right now, it's a showcase where they just go and showcase their parents, what they do, and those funds go right back to them or go back to help the community. That's how that works.
So their parents have to pay to
Yes.
come in and see them, and
Yes.
friends and grandparents and neighbors.
It goes back into
Sure,
the
exactly.
community to be able to offer the financial assistance that's needed for the kids that are in need of.
And what are the age?
3 to 14. We have them
3 to
all.
14.
3 to 14.
Okay.
We have, learning tiny dancers to hip hop, break dancing. So that's our main. We also have cultural too as well, salsa as well. So we have a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
So Betty's ready, man.
Well, I was going to say,
Bring 'em
you don't
back,
have
bring
any
'em
of those people that roll that get on their heads and twirl around, do you? Okay, I saw that. Wow, I was like, oh, I've seen people. Yeah. No, I'm not going to do it, but I just saw it like last week, and I was like, Earthwise Levy. Yes, that's right, y'all. That's right.
One of the things that we also do, we also have a hip hop crew, which they're our ambassadors. Basically, like if you have an event, it could be any type of event, outdoor event, celebration, we go and perform. It'd be like almost like a show for people and showcase our nonprofit and what therapy, what music, what dance, what those types of activities do to the mind, and it really is. It does help, just in a lot of aspects, in the kids' growth, definitely.
That's great. Very good. And how long have you been in business?
Oh, God. It's 6 years, but
6 years.
It goes back before that,
Okay,
definitely.
very good. So you have a clientele that's repeat, and
Yes, no,
and
that's
the
one.
sisters and the brothers.
Well,
and,
right
yeah.
now, our main goal is to really give our nonprofit exposure. We've been doing good things for the community for over 4 years. But one thing that we've learned in this nonprofit world is that if people don't know what you do, then people will not support you. But more than anything is what we want to do is an outreach to local businesses and really find out what they do, see what their passion is, and see how we can all complement each other. That's our number one goal for 2018 and the remaining, and that's why we want to actually, it was pretty funny that I was talking to her before about we need to do outreach of the people that have supported us and really give them thanks for what they've done and how they've helped the community. So it's,
Very good.
yeah, you'll see a lot more, you'll see us a lot more now, trust
Okay,
me.
well, great. Well, we thank you for participating in Earthwise. That was really, I heard lots of good reviews on your performances. So, okay. Yes, Councilor Alcacer.
So how many people are you expecting?
We're expecting 200 people.
And last year, how many did you get?
We got 220. Everything varies depending on how many people are enrolled in class. Because if you have an X amount, let's say 30 kids, you multiply that by 3 to 4, that's how much it is. So as of right now, we have 37 kids enrolled in classes right now. So if you multiply that, depending on how much when they submit the letter saying that I'm committing to do the showcase, they give an estimate of how many guests they'll bring, and that's how we do the numbers. So, but that's the average. So far, last year, it's worked just fine. You know, we've made it work. The facility is more than enough when it comes to the people that come to that event.
So how much did you earn last year?
Last year, we made close to $3,000.
Okay, so where did you make the extra money? If everybody paid, or did you pay?
Usually the way it works is that at first you start by the funds that you acquire, then obviously there's the fees and whatever the website, all that money goes into whatever is charged, fees upon fees. In that case, that's when the money is allotted and stayed, and then because we also do submittal of scholarships. You know, there's certain requirements that are required in order for you to be qualified to gain a scholarship. That is our process that we have.
Okay, but excuse me, I was just asking because if you had 220 last year and they all paid $10, you wouldn't make 3,000. You'd only make 2,200.
Well, my numbers might be off. I'm sorry if I don't have the exact numbers, because usually sometimes you could have kids, we charge less for that. We also have, if they're, a certain age, grandparents, we charge them less. So the numbers fluctuate regarding, the total amount was that. However, the cost of it varies because it's just the size. You have like a kid that's under age 12, we don't charge, it just varies. I just know how many chairs I put out because I'm the one who puts them out. So.
And the other thing is too, is when these kids come and perform, they want their grandma, their grandpa, their aunts, their uncles, and cousins there as well. So, sometimes it's just that one child may have 5 guests.
Yeah.
And so it just varies.
Yeah.
Okay, but obviously some people must have paid more. That's what I'm getting to.
Yes, well, it's a suggested donation. It's a suggested donation. It's one of those things that we try to tell people, look, I understand this is just something that we have to gain to do fundraising and also help the community, because 100% of the funds that we get from these events go back to providing those scholarships and also getting our name out there, because it's really, that's how we get our name and how we help the community by doing that. As of right now, we have 2 steady organizations that we go on a weekly basis to provide classes, which is the LIGHT program, which is through the Volunteers of America, is located at Whitney Street, and it's a substance abuse treatment facility where they house mothers, kids in the same place. So that's where we provide dance classes at their facility. We're also doing the Hector Garza Center, which is abused teens. So as you can see, we're not just limited to scholarships that we provide kids. We also go to their facilities and provide our services to them. So we are multi-purpose when it comes to nonprofit, but everything revolves around dance or fitness. Everything that we do. So we know everything about dance and fitness, but we found take it to the next level and really help the community.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Romero? Oh, yes, Councilor Jordan.
You have 37 students right now currently, so how many live in or around Leon Valley area?
Majority of them are from the area, because I know I work on the Saturdays with the kids and stuff, and a lot of them are from around the area or nearby, not too far. We haven't had any students that are outside Northside Independent School District or not, that don't live around our studio. So I would say the majority of them are from this area.
Okay, and I was just curious, why the cutoff age 14?
Well, 14 was because right now, this is our 6th year into doing this. When it comes to teens, we do workshops sometimes, like specific workshops, maybe once a month or once a quarter that regards to all ages. But right now, we're in the process, actually, now it's funny that you said that for the next, maybe in fall, we're going to provide a teen program. So that's in the works. You know, the way this business works is that you cannot put too much out there. You have to establish yourself at a certain and do well and have enough people that are taking the classes when it comes to kids to then move on to the teens. So right now we've built actually a brand. You know, like if you put hip hop class San Antonio, there's a good chance we're going to come up. So now people, once the demand is there, then we can provide those programs or that age group that we can cater to as well. So that it's coming. It's coming when it comes to beyond 14 years old.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. So, what's the decision on this in-kind grant? You are requesting full waiver, is what I'm understanding, of $982. Is that right? All right.
And I'd like to make a motion that we waive all the fees for this event.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Alcacer to waive Project Smash for their event. Total fees waived of $982 for your event in May. Any further discussion? All those.
If you guys want to do like a dance class after, we could do a little bit of that. You know, we're not far. We'll just come by and just do it after the meeting.
Okay. Well, we got to vote on it. So, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. So, you bet. Thank you. Okay. All right. That's okay. Thank you all very much, and have a good evening. All righty. Then moving to agenda item number 8.5. Discuss, consider, and possible action on the upgrade of the video equipment in the City Council chambers. And Ms. Caldera, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Okay, so I'm going to show you a quick demonstration so you kind of understand as I'm going through the PowerPoint what's going on and what the request is, right? Okay, so if you take a look at your screen, this is what our city website, so I kind of already got us there. And if you were going to live stream from home, you would click on the live stream button. And
moving to agenda item number 8.5.
You can now hear.
Discuss, consider, and possible action on the upgrade of the video equipment in the City Council.
Okay. And so as you're moving through watching the live streaming video, let me just make this a little bit larger. The question came up of whether or not you can see the PowerPoint. And most residents, if you, like right now, we are currently on my agenda item, and what would pop up right now would be the live streaming. But you can go through and follow along, just like if you were, when you were a kid and you used to read those books and you would follow along as it would
But how
play.
did you get there?
So,
I was going to say,
no, you
do
just click
people
on
know?
the agenda, you just see
Oh,
below.
you just,
You
okay.
click on the items below, and so if you're following
Okay,
along and
I
listening
see.
to the meeting, you could follow along, just like I said, like when you
Okay.
were a kid and you would read those books and it would read them to you and you'd follow along reading them. It's kind of the same concept. And so right now, if we have residents at home, they are watching the live streaming video, and this is what the live stream does look like. You see the video on the side, and you could be following along with the agenda items. And so you could go and read the ordinances or the PowerPoints pertaining to that particular agenda item. So those that are at home could be clicking on the items and moving through the packet with us.
Okay.
So you can see 3 things at once.
Correct. You see the live stream, you see the agenda, and you see the council packet, or whatever item that you're on.
Pretty darn effective.
Okay. So, so I just kind of wanted to show that portion of the demonstration. Okay, so we understand that.
Do the PowerPoint as well?
Well, yeah, I would have to click on one that's. So there's the MNC, trying to think of one that had a.
Well, the
There's
SELA
SELA
had a
agreement.
PowerPoint,
Okay,
right?
so scroll through there. There's the ordinance printout.
Okay, but,
Am I on? Hold on. I'm sorry.
oh, there's the PPT.
There it is.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there it is.
And
So
then
in
there's
other
the
words, that's what we have up here but the
Correct.
citizens can see it by going to the PowerPoint.
Correct. And so as if David was still up here during the meeting, you would click on that PowerPoint and you could follow along seeing the PowerPoint. So that was one concern about the video cameras, not being
Okay.
able to see what the presenter is presenting. Okay, so that's one issue, and but they could certainly follow along, during the meeting if they so need. So the other part of the issue is, and I'm going to close this out, is being able to zoom in while a speaker is speaking. And so I'm going to pull up my PowerPoint. If I was in the middle of the slideshow PowerPoint, in order for me to go to a speaker, I would have to change and interrupt my PowerPoint in order for me to adjust the camera settings. So this would have to happen, so we wouldn't see my PowerPoint if I was presenting and I needed to adjust the camera to me speaking. I would have to literally take the PowerPoint down and turn on a different camera. And so in order to do that, so here's the side camera, I would have to take down the PowerPoint in order to show the camera, in order to fix or adjust the cameras. So what they're proposing, so I'm going to go back to the slideshow. So in order for those camera adjustments to actually happen during the meeting, I have to take down the PowerPoint and show the camera to everybody in order to adjust the cameras. So just so that way, do y'all get it? Okay.
Oh.
No? So if you don't understand, so right now I'm going through my PowerPoint presentation, and Mr. Martinez wants to see me presenting. He wants the camera to zoom into me speaking or a resident speaking. So the camera would actually have to be moved, and it would have to be moved to that wall. But in order for me to actually change the camera setting, I have to take down my PowerPoint and move to a
I get
different
you.
camera.
So you don't have a remote like Sandra has a remote with the lights. You don't have anything like that.
No,
Right.
you would need basically two desktops in order for that to happen. One with the camera settings on it, and one for me to be able to control the PowerPoint. So you're looking at two separate computers, basically.
So how many cameras do we have?
We actually have two cameras in this room.
Okay.
I don't know why this one was placed there,
Oh.
because it really doesn't, it's a side camera. I can move it around, so if you go to back to the side camera view, I could adjust the view to council, but what Mr. Martinez would like to happen is, say Kelly's speaking, I would turn to that side camera view and then zoom into Ms. Kensler speaking. But at the same time, still trying to control the PowerPoint. So I would need to have two desktops, one that controls cameras and one that controls the PowerPoint settings. So now I'm going to go through the PowerPoint presentation to go through the quote just a little bit. So I wanted to give that little presentation so y'all understood what the request was. And so it was to provide information on video equipment upgrade. Also included in that quote is the microphone situation. So in order to be able to control the microphones, because some people speak louder, some people speak softer,
Right.
to have it, you're looking at another control panel to have individual mics. And so that's another thing that would be up here for me to have to control during the meeting. So somebody's speaking, then I would have to control their mic, change the camera, and control the PowerPoint. And so the city council, again, when we remodeled this facility, we didn't know what kind of live streaming service we were going to have or where the camera placements were going to be. And so they bought the ceiling camera, they bought the back camera, and they bought the side camera. Now, what I will say is out of that whole quote, what I think is absolutely needed is the adjustable arm to pull that camera off the wall, because if you watch the live streaming video, you open the doors or slam the doors, the video does shake because of where the placement of that camera is. So they would have to put that on a stabilizer, and that's also in the quote as well, and the quote was attached to your packet.
So again, we go through what the live streaming cost was, and we presented at the coffee, we presented 3 or 4 options. The residents at the coffee, even though they got the Ustream cost, and I think it was Granicus cost, as well as Excella cost, still chose Excella to be uniformed with our system. And so, and I'll go back in a second and kind of show you what it would look like if we went to a different system. So again, we've had some issues with Excella. We've had 2 meetings that when we were trying to work out the kinks, kind of go a little AWOL. They didn't stream right, or encoder jammed up, or on Excella side they had an electrical outage. Excella has agreed to refund us for both of those meetings. We did get one video up. The other video is still in a black hole somewhere in technology world. So the January 23rd video is not online. It's not there. But the other videos, since we've started the process in November, are up online. This agenda item was requested by Councilmember Martinez and Dr. Edwards. And this is what he was requesting, is the demonstration that I gave at the very beginning of this presentation was that, and he can certainly add to this topic in just a second. And so the kind of a breakdown of the scope of work, we're looking at rack mounts and relocations of the camera, microphone panel, an additional computer setup, some preview display mounts, and then what costs a lot is the programming and the labor. It is in line with our C statement. We budgeted in this fiscal year $10,000 to relocate that camera. But relocating that camera to behind here in order to get this dais does not fix what Mr. Martinez is requesting, because I need a completely different desktop in order to be able to control from speaker to speaker whoever's talking. So like if you watch the City of San Antonio council meetings, they'll zoom into the mayor speaking or a certain council member speaking or the person up here speaking. But if you look at Chavano Park or any of the smaller suburban cities, they're doing exactly what we're doing. They're just showing the council, and that's it. They're not going from one person to another. They're just showing the room. City of San Antonio does go from whoever's speaking and zooms in and zooms out and fades away and does all that great production stuff. So we do have $10,000 budgeted. We haven't expended those funds because it wouldn't get us the result that we're looking for, which is being able to move the cameras. We would need an additional $12,000 to be able to do everything that's being requested. The quote that I have included in your packet was...
Excuse me, was that 12,000 in addition to the 10,000?
Correct,
Okay.
because you're looking at reprogramming, additional mic stuff.
Just wanted to-
My understanding is the system that we purchased, and I do have my IT guy back here from Barcom.
I was wondering who that was. Hi.
Barcom is our IT person, but the quote that I got from was Electrolink. Electrolink is the company that installed all this equipment. When we went out to bid for this building, they're the ones that installed the equipment. A couple of pieces of our equipment are still under warranty and will be under warranty till the end of the year. And so we add equipment from a different vendor, or we have somebody else come in and mess with the equipment, it could void our warranty. And so I just kind of wanted to make a point to that, like if y'all don't choose Electrolink or we have to go out to bid, which we probably will because the cost is high, I didn't want to have Electrolink here to dissect their proposal, because if we do have to, if y'all decide y'all want to go this route, we would have to go out to bid for some of these items, and it would give them advantageous results. So we just have our IT guy here. He's reviewed their quote. He thinks the quote is fair, but he can answer any questions in regards to that. So any additional questions from...
Okay, well, I think since Mr. Martinez, Councilor Martinez, would you like to begin? Because this is what you've requested,
Okay.
and Dr.
Just
Edwards.
for the people out in the audience, little background. On Sunday mornings, the church I go to, First Baptist Downtown, does a 1-hour live broadcast. And I am one of the broadcast engineers. There's 2 of us that make sure we get on the air. So video is something that I do. I know the technology, and what's needed is a control panel, and typically it has buttons on it, presets, where and a person running the system can push a button, and zoom in, or they can switch cameras, number one. So they can be able to switch, maybe keep that camera, but put another camera over here. And that one definitely needs to be supported from the ceiling so it doesn't shake. But the person needs to be able to switch cameras and also switch the video input from her computer just by pushing a button. And likewise, you have presets on them. So you should be able to push a button and it should zoom in on the mayor if she's talking. If someone's at the dais, that camera should zoom in on that person. And that's what I'm looking at. This type of equipment does not have to be installed up here. The person could be sitting in the back room and controlling it. It does not have to be, I think right now, Crystal has a lot to do just by her duties at a city council meeting. She doesn't need the additional duties of playing technical director, controlling everything. As for the microphones, I'm sure you guys have heard, I guess we forgot the wireless microphone for the presentation earlier today with the police promotion. But, we have no way for that audio. More than likely, that audio, if people were watching, couldn't hear anything that was going on. So, I'm familiar with the technology, and it's my recommendation that we have a system that, you can push a button, select a camera, push a button, zoom in on whoever's talking, be able to push a button and select her PowerPoint. Whoever is back there should be able to control the volumes. This is the way a TV station operates, and it's, this basically we have a miniature TV station, and with the technology, we should also be able to capture the videos here locally. So if something happens in the future that it doesn't stream, we have our local backup. And, we could always, if Excella has a problem, we could always upload that video at a later date. But, this is a good first attempt. One of the things I think in reviewing the proposals is some of their programming fees are a little bit on the high side. It shouldn't cost several hundreds of dollars to program a computer. Basically, that's all it is programming a computer. And I think some of the programming fees are a little excessive.
Okay, so just so that way everybody knows, we are able to capture the video from tonight and upload it. That's what our original attempt was to download the video and post the videos on YouTube. Unfortunately, our meetings are very long. We attempted to do so. We don't have the bandwidth to do it. We were looking at an additional cost of that. So we do have the ability for the backup. That night, all the stars aligned. Our system went down. Excella's system went down. We actually had an electrical issue that night, and so sometimes y'all see me running around. Like tonight, we had a little bit of a hiccup with our encoder. I had the mic, but at the time, I was on the phone with Excella making sure our streaming was live. Y'all were already in the process of doing y'all's presentation, and so sometimes, again, there's a lot going on at the beginning of the council meeting or at the council meetings. But yes, we do currently have the ability to do that. We do have presets already on our system. We have 4 presets. But to do what it is that you're talking about doing, we would need to up the number of presets we're doing. And then you're requesting another camera over there. That's not included in this proposal. That proposal is just moving this camera in order to get this person. So an additional camera with additional wiring, I'm going to assume is going to cost more money. And so I'm just going to throw that out there.
One of my points is being the technical director for this, that needs to be somebody else. That person can be sitting back in the room where the equipment is. They can be sitting on the conference table, but it doesn't have to be you. You have enough duties at the start of a council meeting and during a council meeting that you don't need to be pushing extra buttons. Right. So I'm just trying to lighten the load from you there.
Sorry, are you saying we have to hire an
no.
additional person?
We can have anybody from staff. Oh. It's not that big of a deal to be a technical director.
Can we weigh in, please?
Sure, yeah.
I just think it's,
Alcacer.
at this time, we've been doing it a couple of months. It's not, in Spanish, they would say, no vale la pena. Do you understand that, Mr.?
Yes.
Okay. It's not worth it. We don't need, City of San Antonio for years had nothing but the same as we do for many, many years. And you could see the back of the speaker. You could see the console from a distance. They didn't even have it as close up as we have it. You got to see them walking out to the bathroom and stuff, and nothing more. We don't need close-ups. We don't need, especially close-ups of so many histrionic things that have gone on in the past few months. I would certainly not like that to be broadcast and any more than it presently is. We don't need to be, we can wait and see. Being able to see what she showed us is more than adequate for it. When the church things are almost always money collectors, we're not here to collect money. We're just here to present a service which is more than what we've ever had before. And to say that live streaming city council meetings keeps residents at home, assisting carbon neutrality, that was pretty amazing to me. So we're telling people, sit home and watch us and don't come in. We'd much rather have you here, or I personally would. But we don't even get close-ups of the people. We have the same distance. I can hardly ever see Denise, but I mean, that's just the way it is. Let it be. Let it go for a while. Maybe adjust that one camera or stabilize it right there. You can stabilize things almost anywhere. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Just had one. We did contact the city of San Antonio, and they actually have a media department that does theirs. And so, I'm not saying it would require a media department. You would know better than I. But they have a media department that does their entire productions. I don't know what ours would require.
They even have their own studio. We were there. I mean, it's amazing.
They didn't
Wow.
used to.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're much bigger, have much more funds than we do.
Okay. Dr. Edwards, did you want to add anything to the discussion?
I seconded it because I thought it was worth a discussion, and Mr. Martinez is more in touch with these issues than anyone else on the council, and I thought his points were worth looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if we could do a bit better job, that would be good. I think we have to be aware of what the cost is and try to figure out how to manage it. But that's my viewpoint.
Okay. All right. Yes, Councilor Jordan.
Yes, ma'am. Is there not a way that we can take that camera and put it on take it off the wall, first of all?
That's the one thing I can see.
And then put it on this remote control swivel or something like that, to where that one camera right there can basically be rotated to the speaker, adjusted, and shoot out the same video feed versus having another additional camera installed at $12,000 or whatever the case may be. I've watched the meetings after the fact, and it looks like we're having an earthquake when the door is slammed. Mm-hmm. So I understand that completely. So it definitely needs to come off the wall. But it seemed like to me with the two cameras that we have, can that not be put on a rotating
So that's
swivel?
not a 360 camera, from my understanding, it's not a 360 camera. So you can't rotate it all the way around to get this speaker here. You would only be able to get council. I would still have the same issue. The major cost is the additional desktop and the additional port to be able to control where the speakers are and the camera. The cost for the stabilizer by itself, and I have to look at the quote, I don't know if you remember, but on itself is something that I'm recommending that we do. And instead of, I think it's like a couple $100 to put that on a stabilizer. It was on somewhere, I saw it.
That's just a matter of attaching a pipe to the red iron up above and dropping it down. Kind of similar to what our projector is up here.
It's about $300. Yeah, very
Yeah,
similar to that.
this is a very good example, our projector, of what they're going to do back there.
Correct, and it's about $200 or $300. Install the product and then installation stuff. So it's not very expensive. And then we would use the $10,000 that we already have budgeted, that $300 to get that on a stabilizer. But it still won't change the shot. Like, you're still going to have just this shot. I'm not going to be able to control to individual speakers or to the speaker up here because you're looking at 2 different ports. But it will be stabilized, so the door won't, I mean, when you open the door, it won't shake.
Right, yeah.
Okay,
I got that
yeah.
part, but
You
it
still-
seemed like
then you
what we're
can-
talking about. I'm sorry?
No, go ahead. And then Miss Ely was waving at me that she wanted to
Oh.
speak. I said after you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I understand that part, but it seemed like what we're talking about is a lot of parts and pieces additional. So it's a minimum of 2 people it's going to take to operate what we're talking about setting up here. I used to do video streaming as well, and you can, it takes 1 person on the board to zoom in, zoom out, change cameras, and so unless somebody from city staff is going to be tasked for that position, then you're talking additional monies as well as additional personnel to do that, to have the meeting to where everybody's going to be identified who's talking, and then you have full coverage of the entire viewing area. So, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Ely.
Yeah, I'm aware of the same problem as you were speaking about. I was trying to get online, trying to see the agenda, trying to see what the PowerPoint was, and feeling sorry for the people at home, saying they can't see what's up here, what we're watching, and then at the same time thinking this needs to be remedied. And also, they can't see the speaker. This camera behind me that is talking about, I see it as the same thing that Councilman Martinez is saying, just pulling the wires over and dropping it closer here to where it's more in line with viewing the audience as well as the speaker, and not necessarily moving it to the other side of the wall, to where it's not a big move to make all the wiring change, just pulling and dropping a little bit further in and having that access. Still the same camera, still possibly the same wires. Maybe not as much of an expense, but still being able to get the view closer to the speakers and not from across the room. Anyway, that was just a suggestion.
Okay. Councilor Martinez, and then I've also got a citizen that wants to speak. So if you'll make your comment, and then we'll go to the citizen.
Moving that camera over there would suffice for most of our needs, because right behind the city manager, that way it'd point at whoever's talking. If any of you have looked at the videos, when we have citizens to be heard or someone speaking, you don't see them, or you see half their face, but with that camera. So moving that over there would solve a big problem. That's all I have.
Just one follow-up, but would that mess up? You could still.
I mean, you can't, I can relocate that. The cost isn't the relocation of the camera. The cost is the additional system that you need in order to make the adjustments. In order for me to shoot, so moving the camera is $10,000. Move the camera, move the wires, reprogram the system, being able to preset it, that's $10,000. But for me to be able to operate this PowerPoint and be able to switch even from council to a speaker, I have to take down this PowerPoint and put up the video camera feed in order to shoot from either that camera or that camera. I need another desktop. That's where it gets costly, is you need another system to be able to do that.
All right. Yes. Cassie, if you'll state your name and city you live in.
My name's Cassie Rouse. I live in Leon Valley.
Yes.
I have some questions for clarification and then maybe some follow-up questions. So there would need to be another computer to be able to run the cameras and the PowerPoint.
Right. This system was set up to run the PowerPoint.
Okay.
And that's basic. I mean, that it's, computer to run a PowerPoint, the projector is connected.
Okay. And the reason people don't run their own PowerPoints is?
They do for the most part. They have that, but even if I don't touch anything up here, this computer is hooked up to that, to the projector.
So, and moving that computer to like here.
We can certainly do that, but
It's
you
just
would
a
still need
question.
another
Right, yeah.
computer to run. So the issue here is cost, and me not necessarily, I can probably run the zoom in and have them do the clicker and do the PowerPoint that way. The issue isn't really my staff and my ability to do
Right.
that. The question is the cost to add the additional computer.
Which is where another question comes up. Why did we not just move this over there and just leave the camera alone? Because doesn't this have wheels?
Yes.
Because every PowerPoint I've ever watched, except for here, the PowerPoint is behind the person giving it. So I don't really. That was just a thought.
For most city councils, the speaker addresses the council and not their PowerPoint, and so it's typically how it's set up. We can certainly move the podium wherever we'd like, except that
Rock on outlet.
Yeah, doesn't
Cool.
reach. There's not one over there.
That's why I asked questions of clarification. that was
Okay,
it.
well,
Oh, wait,
thank you
I
for
had
those
one more
questions.
question.
Yeah.
So if you move that camera that's in the back, how much harder is it to just put it in the corner so that you can just see everybody and then you don't have to switch cameras?
You can certainly do that. I mean,
It's
but it's gonna be a distance away. I mean, distance.
It's
away.
already sort of a
So you mean
distance.
move that camera over there,
Yeah,
and
so
then
like in
it
the
would
corner, and then
show.
you see the whole council and you see the person.
I would be.
I don't know if that's possible with that specific camera. It's just a thought.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to look at the visibility of it, but we're still, so everybody keeps thinking that the camera relocation's the issue.
Then you don't have to get the second computer. You don't have to move.
No, you do. You still need, so no matter where the cameras are, in order for me to change any system, so if somebody calls and says, hi, we want, what he's requesting and what you're requesting are two different things. And so we can leave that camera where it's at on a stabilizer, and I can move this just slightly to the left, and you can see pretty much the speaker space and the council that's speaking, but then the council feels that you're not speaking to them, and so then you're this way, and this camera's this way. It's not a 360 camera, so you're going to cut off from probably about where Mr. Edwards is at, that way, if the camera's there, is my understanding. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, if you'll come. Yes, Philip, if you'll come to the podium.
Marcom, and again, I just want to kind of try. Again, I'm a resource to help. We vetted this with Electrolink, just looking basically at the requirements that were requested, and do these fill the requirements in whole, and how it's going to do that, and just validated what we saw. Again, Barcom's. This isn't Barcom's equipment or installation, but we just want to validate it, be your advocate for the city. It's kind of two things with AV. It's fixed positioning, and then it's the intelligence of the interactiveness with the equipment for the user. So it's two layers. Yes, you can move things and do certain things, but the other layer about making it more intelligent is that's the costly layer with the programming and the equipment.
Closer, because you're not even in.
And the equipment to make it function and be interactive and usable, easily usable for that. So wiring and relocating, that could solve some of the problems, but some of the problems that Crystal mentioned at the beginning is really about the equipment and how intelligent it can work easily, with the right controllers, the right programming of the computer. We're not talking about like a little Windows computer. They called it host, but it's programming. It takes specific AV programming to design it how you want. If you hit this controller and this button to do this, it's going to automatically do the things that you're talking about, so that she doesn't have to hit five buttons, versus you just hit the one button on the controller and it does that. But so you can solve some of those kind of items with relocation. On that camera, it depends on the view, the aspect view of, right now they put it there for a reason, centered, because that camera gets, likely, I'm making the assumption that that camera gets the best quality, resolution, and angle. I wouldn't be able to say that if you moved it over there, you wouldn't have some issues. You probably get more of this wall, and then less of, you may cut out. So again, that has to be reviewed a little further if that's what's going to want to be. But again, there's all those little requirements that happen with these kind of solutions. But at the end of the day, that's what the solution is. It's about moving some things, but then really the bulk of it is adding those extra tweaks of intelligence into the system. So it's really an enhancement, not an overhaul, but it's an enhancement of certain things. Hopefully that helps.
And to do all of that, it's going to be $22,000. Is that what you're estimating?
I mean, it just depends. I mean, now you're getting into,
I mean, if
what I
yeah.
requested was the relocation of this camera to either behind you or over there in order to be able to get to the speaker. And then being able to control the microphones, because that was, I mean, I just went by the email. So staff responds to what the councilman requested. And so the two council members requested this item, and the result of what he was requesting is what I sent to Electrolink, saying this council member is asking for me to be able to do these things. How much is it going to cost to be able to do these, the cheapest way to do those things? And that was the quote that was provided to us was.
But for $22,000, you still have to shut down something and go to
No,
something.
for $22,000.
You get the extra computer and it would be
do
everything. Okay, I got you.
And then if you're going to be looking at the whole, what he's asking for, like being able to change the mics and zooming in with speakers or to the different people speaking, you know, you're probably going to need another body up here to be able to do that. You know,
We can't clone you.
I know, like I tell my daughter, I'm not an octopus. I don't have 8 arms.
right.
And maybe it's easier
Thank
than
you,
I
Philip.
think. So that's the other thing is what he's
Sure.
describing sounds really easy, and maybe I can do all 3 things. I won't know until the system's here. That's not, you know, my area. So once it's all installed and me being able to navigate, I may be able to do it. I don't know until we get the system and for me to be able to play with it.
Okay. All right. Yes, Ms. Joseph has a question or comment on this.
One question, Lynn Joseph, Leon Valley.
Uh-huh.
What if we just got a whole new computer and combined it all? Instead of you having 2, does that run that much more money?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because then you're looking at like a computer with split screen, and from my understanding, you would need a preview panel, is what Tony told me, to be able to run it off of one system. Fancy stuff. At that point,
Come, we're recording.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
The short answer is yes, because right now they're adding to it, to what you've already have, because what you already have does still need to do some functions. They're not replacing it. That's going to replace all the other functions that you're doing today. They're enhancing it, and they need that other system to do those enhancements and changes.
But looking down the road, we're going to eventually, probably not too far down the road, we're going to need all those new things anyway. And if we get behind it to start with a new computer that has those capabilities, how much does it?
At that point, you're
Computer
talking
itself
about
shouldn't cost
overhaul.
I mean, you're talking at a complete overhaul. I mean, we just built the building. We just put all this equipment's fairly new. Some of it's still under warranty. I don't even know how much was placed in equipment, but I'm going to assume by what I've been told, it's pretty pricey, the equipment that the city purchased for back there. Again, I wasn't part of that bid process. I don't know, you know, how much the city expended, but from what everybody's telling me, we have top of the line equipment now. It's just a matter of the specs, again, on the bid that was provided to Electrolink at the time. They set it up the way that they were requested. I mean, they did what they were supposed to do. Of course, I wasn't included in that conversation to say that probably won't work. And we never live streamed our videos, our council meetings before, so not knowing what that outcome was going to be either.
Right.
So.
It's not just the computer, it's the background stuff.
Yeah, there's a rack in the back that's doing a lot.
You can do a tour later, I can show you. I don't know.
But the AV is
Just
it's a
wondered
real
what that
niche.
was.
It's a real niche, and they've got
Sure.
specific equipment for all this. That's why it gets pricey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
If we had a camera here, then the audience is going to be on camera the whole time, so you can be sleeping or snoring or just be aware of that. In addition, Crystal, I know you're a miracle worker, but if you're sick or you're not here, then you have that problem. So you'd have to have 2 or 3 other people who knew what they were doing. I think right now, we just need to temper it and keep going, and sounds like we need a rethink, because nobody even Mr. Barcom is not sure how everything will run if you try. Let's try it here, let's see there, this may happen, you might have to do this. I'd certainly like it to be weighed much more and come back at a later date.
Well, we can do that one camera, right, so it doesn't shake?
Yeah,
I mean,
so
can we do that
that's
at
an
least?
that's an easy fix.
Yeah,
So I
and
can
then
have them-
maybe study other improvements and the most cost-effective way, or, I mean, we do have a budget, but we need more, I understand that, but at least fix the one obvious problem.
And just as a side note, just something else to think about as well. So we're currently with Excella, and so there is a 15-second delay between
Right, we
y'all
saw that.
speaking, right,
Mhm.
and then what's up there. And so when you're switching cameras, it's instantaneous, and yet it's taking 15 seconds for the feed. So
Mhm.
then on Excella, from the home user point, the screen will go black for that second, for 15
Oh.
seconds between the switches. So, I'm that's what I've been told is when you start switching screens, it may fade out. Again, I won't know. We haven't had to do that before.
So Mr. Martinez wants to respond to that.
That's not entirely true. At the church, we cable cast. We also go through Channel 12. And even our feed from Channel 12 is about a 4-second delay. But when we switch cameras, our live shot is live. But if we're looking at the monitor, there's a 3-second delay. But people at home will never see that delay. They don't even know it happens because, everything's going to be delayed a few seconds just because of the electronics and the equipment that puts it on to cable cast it. But no, the people at home will never see a black screen like that. They won't even know. It's just like you switch cameras.
Excuse me, but we do almost every night on our TV, when you're watching those programs, even the Spurs game, it goes black because and I'm always saying, my husband, we've lost the TV. No, it'll catch up. The video will catch up. So it does definitely go black and
Don't watch TV.
Was it Excella that told you it would go back?
So, yeah,
Go
so,
back?
they said, when we were talking to everybody, they said just when you're switching screens, Excella's not set up to be split screen. We also on SD, there's other components added to this whole conversation, but because we're on SD, not on HD, and my understanding with the 15-second delay from Excella, that it's a possibility, and I think they say that to cover themselves. And so I'm just passing that on. I don't know if there's going to be a 15-second delay, but if there is, I don't want council to come back and say, well, you never told us that there was not going to be.
Well, we just saw the delay when you.
Right, and so I don't know if switching the camera, I don't know, and that's the thing, I don't know if that's going to happen or not, and speaking with Excella, when we were trying to make the determination, I wanted to make sure if moving the cameras and us switching was going to affect our live streaming in any way. They said, well, maybe we don't have split screen where you could see the audience and council, because there's, I guess, some places where you see the council and the speaker at the same time, and that's not what we currently have. We just have one screen, and so.
You don't want to do split screen.
And so, but they said it could possibly, there could possibly be a delay.
This split screen is called picture-in-picture. If you've seen picture-in-picture, no, we don't want to do picture-in-picture. That's something completely different.
It's all news to me. Councilor Jordan, yeah, it's another language, really. It's very specific, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, I'm inclined to agree with what you said in reference to, we have the one known issue for sure, which is the camera that's on the wall that shakes like an earthquake every time the doors. If we could agree to relocate that and have it stabilized to where we have the pictures feed that we have right now. And, different equipment has different capabilities. And from what I understand right now, we don't have that capability to switch at a moment's notice from in and out without some kind of delay. So I don't think we have enough, I don't have enough information to make a really in-depth, good decision tonight on what's needed and what's not needed. Perhaps we could have an IT professional to come in and do an analysis on the room and see what's the best route to go. You know, I agree we might need some improvements, but I'm not for sure that this is the right way to go right at this moment.
Okay. And especially since you said we have top-of-the-line equipment, so we should be able to make some improvements, but we need more information. I agree. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Did you want to make a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to make a motion that we table this item. That's the staff to have an IT professional to do a review on the existing equipment.
We
Already did.
already did.
Yeah, am I out of order?
No.
We've already done that. That's why they're here. That Barcom is our IT. They've got a whole crew of IT professionals who reviewed this, and that's why they're here tonight. So unless you would like to go somebody outside of Barcom, we've already done that.
Okay, well, I didn't see a breakdown of exactly what is going to be needed and the work.
I didn't
Was that in the
understand it.
presentation?
I see it, but
It's in the
quote, but I
packet.
No, I'm talking
understand
about, we just getting one quote, or?
it. Yeah, just one quote.
Because that's the worst case scenario. So that one quote, in order to accomplish all of that, that's the worst case scenario. We would go out for bid and see if we can get the quote a little bit lower. But in order to do what it is that you're requesting, we've already done that. This is the worst case scenario. It's going to cost this amount of money in order to be able to do this project. Now, if we go out for bids, you could get it lower than that. But that's the scope of the work, is relocation of the cameras, reprogramming of our system, and the relocation of the cameras. That's not, I mean, again, that's not the bulk of the work. He can stand there on a ladder and be like, this is what you see before he does the install. So we could see where that's at. I could buy 5 cameras. That's not what's expensive. What's costly, if you look at the quote that's broken down in your packet, is the reprogramming of the system, as Mr. Martinez noted earlier in the meeting. So, I mean.
There's still a lot of unknowns from just the conversation that we had to go ahead and approve something to me tonight and say, oh, go ahead and do everything that's
And you don't need
Opposed
our
is-
approval to just stabilize that camera, do you?
Correct. I think
So
I'm just a
let's do
little
it.
confused. Oh, yeah, I'm good with the existing motion just to do the stabilization, but I'm just confused, and maybe I just need clarification as to what other additional information do you need and what information do you want me to bring back? And when?
All right. Mr. Martinez, you had another comment before we
I
continue on this
think what's
motion.
needed is, and I'd be glad to help staff generate a RFP, and with the general requirements that we would like to have, and then put this out to bid, and let the public, or let the companies that want to bid on it tell us the best way to go. And then we can always review the bids. We can either at that point decide to accept them or reject them.
Okay, I just thought I heard that if we change ElectraLink, it will affect our warranty.
Could.
Or could affect our warranty, and I think that's.
We're talking a couple months. By the time we get the by the time we get the specs, we're looking at another 30 or 45, 60 days. We put it out to bid. We're talking the end of the term anyway, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Different equipment back there has different warranty,
Okay.
different warranty lengths. I mean, I have an encoder back there. I've got, all kinds of, I mean, if you go, I don't know if you've ever been in that rack room, but there's tons of equipment back there.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Different stuff has different warranty lengths, so,
So 2018, 2019.
Well, we have a purpose
I think
here.
I even have one piece of equipment for 2020.
What is it?
That was, the purpose was to expend.
No, to determine the urgency of this objective.
And I think that's where I'm a little confused when he said, okay, we're gonna table this item for more information. I'm just not sure.
But I'm sorry, Ms. Caldera, there's no urgency for this to happen.
Okay.
There's no, I'm certainly not feeling an urgency to get better and pay more funds for video equipment that isn't budgeted. Let's rethink everything and get a realistic thing. If it's going to take 2 people and an IT person, all of that is more than what's requested an additional $12,000, almost $13,000 budget adjustment. That's what I think is talking about in the necessity, urgency, necessity for doing it now or even in a couple of weeks. And then doing more bids, and let's just let the thing, who besides a couple of us is complaining, saying we want to be better seen? I don't know that. I'd like to know who else is really worried about how this is happening. When you showed the 3 items on the screen, that in itself is a split screen, not just a picture-in-picture like was being said. And when you can see 3 things on a screen and select what you want, that's pretty sophisticated for many people looking at this type of thing. We're not here to do a video production.
Mayor, Council, I might be able to help just a little bit with Councilor Alcacer's statement. We've actually not had complaints except from one person who couldn't get on, and it was a legitimate complaint. It was from the January meeting, and they're right, they couldn't get on. We've actually had people, somebody testified just the other day, who was it? Felicia Novan, saying in the Community Development Department that they are getting people stating that they're watching the council meetings online. So I don't think Councilor Martinez's point was that there's complaints, because I've not heard any complaints. But what I was going to suggest that has not been brought up here tonight that wouldn't cost us anything except staff time is, why not some training for our citizens on how to be able to use all 3 components like Ms. Caldera showed you earlier, and then see, once they actually know how to use what, most of them don't even use what we already have in place. They're just watching it. So once they know how to use it, then if there's complaints, then go on. Because we haven't even explored that option yet of training our citizens on how to use it. Just a suggestion, because that would be free, and that would just, it'd cost staff time. That's it.
Right. Well, maybe we could, I was going to say, I could address it maybe at a coffee again.
Sure,
and then actually videotape that and put it online or something for people.
Oh, that's a good idea. Videotape it to show people how to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good idea.
That's an excellent point, because I was in Ms. Pasolet's office the other day, and she was showing me the capabilities, and I didn't know that you could do all that.
No, I didn't know either.
It was like, I was like, wow.
Yeah. Education is pretty powerful.
Educate the council too.
That's right, and educate the council too. Okay, so we've kind of come full circle on this, and we don't need a motion to replace that or to stabilize that camera because it's not that expensive. Do we need a motion?
No action.
Okay, all right.
Mayor?
We have to move to take no action?
Somebody
Mayor,
is.
that's me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard somebody, but
We
yes,
do have a motion on the floor, though, that needs to either be withdrawn or
we do, and that was.
But it wasn't seconded.
It was not
was
seconded.
not seconded.
It's gone.
It can either die from lack of a second, or we could give him the opportunity to withdraw.
I'll just withdraw
Thank you.
my motion.
Okay. All right, well, then I have to ask, is there another motion? I mean, one dies if we want it. If not, we just kill it. Okay, all right. So we'll go with the education. Is that kind of a general consensus of the council to do that first, and then to do the stabilization, and then see how it, doesn't mean we can't come back to it, right? So, okay. All right, agenda item number 6. I don't see our Mr. McCamey. Is he not going to be here?
Mayor, Council, I just heard from him on my cell phone. He's available, and we're going to have him on speaker on the cell phone.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I kind of kept looking for him. Okay, agenda item number 8.6. The City Council shall meet in executive session pursuant to Section 551.101 of the Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code. A quorum of the governing body hereby convenes into closed session to discuss the following Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to deliberate contemplated litigation or settlement regarding cause number 2018 CV 00594, Robert and Gail Tribble versus the Board of Adjustment of the City of Leon Valley. And so it is now 5 minutes after 10, and we will convene into executive session. We'll meet and we'll come back and to see if there's any action taken, and then if there's anyone left, we have citizens to be heard in adjournment. Okay, so, yeah. Ms. Pasolay, I don't, do you, oh, you do, you have my packet. Okay, good, thank you. Did you pause it?
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Okay, we're back into regular session. Agenda item 8.7, reconvene into regular session and take action on issues discussed in executive session if necessary. And at this time, there's no action from the executive session. So, and we got back at 10:59. No, 10:55, excuse me. We're back in from exit. I know, I'm sorry, I can't speak. Okay, next is citizens to be heard. I was shocked to see so many people here. Boy, y'all must really love us. That's all I can think.
They're giddy.
Yeah, they're giddy because they're
Maybe it's the Fiesta medals that kept them
yeah,
here.
maybe so. Okay, so nobody wants to speak up. Okay.
Is the baby coming early?
Yes, next Tuesday. Next Tuesday. That's cool. Next Tuesday, the baby's coming. Oh well, sorry, Amber. I hope that wasn't a secret. Yeah.
Do we get to hold the baby up here, like while you're sitting up there?
Well, I told her and David to bring the baby to the volunteer appreciation dinner on April 5th. She'll be a week. So. There you go. Well, that's great. Okie dokie.
As calm as you two are, she'll be great.
I know. All right, y'all. We are going to adjourn this meeting without objection at 10:58 on Tuesday, March the 20th. Good evening, and we'll see you soon.
David Edwards objects.
David Edwards. Oh, he wants a slumber party. Okay.